classic modern repair. Have 8 groups. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and break. Okay? We have Philip here. We have here, here, Britain here, Thomas there, Dave here, Audrey, let's hold on together, yes, and break. Here, of course they have a break at some point, because here then is, Philip is going here, here is going here, Jim is going here. So when they're this place, we're both break this is. No, if group won't show up in a minute. Yes, exactly. And then the break group goes to Philip again. Okay. Yes, I think.
Okay. So problem number 1, we have string. I need to solve problem number 2, which is this little bitch. Excuse me for my French. You say it in Ireland as well?
Yes.
Nice.
Well, we don't really apologize for swearing.
I guess everyone at their mom knows him. Did you happen to run into Conor McGregor at one point? We don't talk about him. We don't talk about him.
We don't like him.
Yeah, we used to like him. Now we don't like him.
Yeah. Oh, we've never liked him.
Yeah. Not even in the beginning when he first rose to stardom.
No, because too many people knew him growing up, so we knew the stories. He's always been
like that. Now it's just surfacing.
Yeah.
So he's saying,
he grew up near my area.
What I don't understand is why is it working now? Like, not that I'm unhappy about it.
No one's looking at it. Bloody hell.
Good. Then I need to throw presentations into the presentation, because else we're gonna have the same one. The same one. I think I'm streaming my screen. Am I streaming my screen? I'm streaming. Yeah, I'm streaming my screen. Nice. Can I pause this thing? I guess I can. How do I do that? I'm learning so many new things this weekend. It's amazing. And if my constant babbling annoys you, please let me know. I just find that sometimes talking while thinking helps. I was supposed to go until 11:05. It's Dublin in that regard is a little bit like Austria or Austrian cities. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, all of them, just like
Sometimes our countries are much alike in that regard.
how many people living in Austria?
Close to 9 million now, I think, or 8, something between 8 and 9 million.
Perfect.
Vienna crossed the 2 million threshold just last year.
I think Dublin is maybe 2 or 3.
No, it does. You can't open it. You have to push the button. Yeah, yeah, and then it opens itself. Yeah.
Wer kommt? Ich schreib's dir auch, ich gebe dir Namen. Nein, ich sage nur, okay, dann Verfahren nach dem Frageantwort Pictures. Nein, bitte. Ich schreibe, ich gehe nochmal rum. I'm sorry.
Lovely. Pink does not respond. This is in Russian now.
My tradition to maybe it's not it's fine. Yes, it's good. Now we organize it. Yeah. You look so skeptical. It is fine.
I just found it very funny that you're too old now. When I passed by.
I'm working.
Same. No, it's a very sensible approach.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, just draw a line somewhere.
Let's see how if I will be able to draw the line in the end, but for now, yes.
Yeah. I mean, else you're just going to be a ghost in the twilight, just not really there, not really here.
Yeah.
But it sounded dramatic.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's good, isn't it? I have to put it this one actual issue. How is that feeling? For the last couple of weeks, I didn't feel like anything was a big issue. It's not a small issue. That's a good time.
That's good.
I know, to be fair, it happens to me every time. It doesn't matter how much I want to anyone to beforehand, and my head explodes every time. But it's the problem. One mind comes up with an idea, and another mind is supposed to execute it. It's not what I was just put my body because I have a different image of it in my mind. My image is a yours. Image is yours. And this, but that's it. Yes, so you can say it's my fault. No, that's fine. You can get my point. My point. No, I get your point, but that's just my friend. That's what yes, yes. And ja, weil die ganze Woche miteinander irgendwie nicht stimmte, weil wir auch nicht. Also ich habe da eine
Let's right click on a wing it, and then just got Paulina right here. Okay. Why do we need a quorum check if we don't do any votes?
They have to do quorum before topics. I don't know why. I think it's specifically ESN Austria.
Might be. I mean, it makes sense to a certain degree because you want the people that actually vote on it to get the information.
Yeah.
Like, theoretically, they should be informed
Yeah, I think
already.
it does make it's a good idea.
Und du bist quasi zwischen Jess und Gabe, right? Genau. Und wo war dann der Fabian? Wo war Fabian? Wer war ganz Fabian? Der Name Fabian ist der Titel. Nein, nach dem Fabian. Weil die sind jetzt gerade am Gang. Und der Titel ist jetzt gerade am Gang. Und Fabian ist auch am Gang. Aber dann ist der Fabian der Erste. Also quasi in meiner Aufzählung. Dann nimmst du so Fabian. So. Nach Fabian kommt der Titel nach der Philipp, nach dem Philipp geht der Niklas. Nach der Pause kommt die Sophie. Nach der Sophie kommt die Jess. Dann kommt nicht nach hier. Und dann so. Kann das sein? Ja. Und wir sind jetzt im dritten Durchgang, richtig? Ja. Vierte, oder? Nein, das ist der dritte. Zwei, dritter. Eigentlich müsste auch wieder viert werden. Dann gehe ich jetzt zu Jess und dann in 2 Minuten was mal wieder weitergehen. Dann gehe ich, glaube ich. Ja, nochmal vorne die Jess und dann.
I don't know what she said, it just sounded angry.
Oh, it was. She was very annoyed.
And for whatever reason, I don't know how, we're gonna have a break for 20 minutes.
After what?
Stand, but it's, they will let me
Really?
break.
Are they
I
not?
was worried they wouldn't get a bluff of it. And then, yeah. Thank you for the 10. I don't care. We started 10 minutes late, and now we have a 20-minute break where there's not
I
supposed to
don't
be a
think we were that late.
How did that happen?
What?
How did that happen?
We do that one.
I have no idea. I just know that they're supposed to change now.
Okay.
There's
But we're not talking about the agenda in general, we're talking about one specific group in this agenda.
We're talking about the agenda in general. We started 10 minutes late, and after the board updates, if my timing is correct, we're gonna have a 20-minute break.
Yup.
OC don't go into the, they're not packed. How are there so few? There's so few people.
Das die Baby updaten.
You're from BFI Vienna.
Where's Armin? I need people to send me presentations.
If they don't have them, it's
Jedes halbe Jahr schnell gucken, jedes halbes ist weg, seitdem den Preis. Sophie, es kann sein, dass du eine Pause hast. Aber schau mal bitte bei den anderen Gruppen vorbei, ob irgendwelche unattended sind.
This is going to be a master presentation.
Sorry.
No, you're doing the main chair thing, and we're doing.
We're doing our thing.
Not everything else. But like the little thing.
No, it's fine.
My stuff is only really important afterwards.
This would just arrive.
Okay. Because ESN Ireland, we have to have one at the start of the day.
And I'm gonna check the ticket. I don't think it was that something. Like, I don't tomorrow, that's not going because it's not before tomorrow. I would.
No, you don't have a vote. If you're not there on time, you don't have a vote.
ESN Ireland, we can't start DNA until we have quorum. So, like, the very first thing you do is quorum. And if you're missing like 6 sections, you can't start the election. If we are not allowed to start. Now, do we do it anyway? Yes, because we're Irish.
And rules are way too broken.
I'm gonna tell them that this is not an option.
Yeah.
The sections
Norway.
rely on me.
No, Liz, I don't never always agree with Liz's tactics.
Kan je dank lezen?
You
Kan je
probably
dank
do.
lezen?
Yeah.
I asked her if she can read.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like you can have the sensitive, so.
Are you?
Can you imagine being in a church full of 400 plus breathing people
Oh, it's horrible.
and then feeling everyone else's pain as well, not just my own?
I'm very empathetic. What I was saying. Liz. Oh, Liz. Yeah. So I don't always agree with what Liz does, but one of the things she does in LAs is if someone's late, she makes them get start at the top of the room and either dance or explain to everyone.
That's not something
No,
do,
I
but
think it's rude. It's like
telling the people who are both delegations that they're not in because they're
yeah, it's actually especially if it's been delegated to you. You're not the president. Like you're the president, whatever. Do whatever you like. Okay.
What do we have this stuff in here?
That's just the extra.
Yeah, I'll just keep it here. Holy shit, that's so many slides.
Is that a section? The open.
Yeah.
There's no one here.
Yep. I think they say this stove, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm not 100% sure if they still exist. I doubt it.
Because I know
Because they're not
something
on
else
here.
is gone. Oh yeah, they're probably gone.
Yeah, they're gone. You can delete them from there.
And I know
Crems is also
is gone. Yeah, I knew that one was gone, but I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah, then it's a good yeah, and the calculation is 17. So
No, Pia.
I'm sorry. I did the entire backfield.
After half of the circle, I think we got a system now. Okay. There's just one who doesn't care, who's not gonna be a servant because there's someone who's now
That sounds like they took an extra long break.
well, no, not Sarah and Dick, because
No, not them.
no, because I think the older boys doing the numbers, they all stuck together.
Oh, yes.
So we had a big group of five that also joined them. But I have an apricot strawberry
Really
bowl.
nice. I think, yeah, really good.
That's nice.
Yeah, Clara is taking comedy.
Oh. But well, no, sorry, she has the vote delegation.
That's it. I'm just in participants.
Yeah, no, she's going.
Okay, that's good. Now, where's the financial one?
Which one?
Is this two separate?
Yeah, we have two financial auditors here at the time, also auditing, but they're not necessarily here.
So there's no financial audit.
I don't know. I think he said, you have in my
Is August there?
It's at least much better dass sie break vorhin hierher, dann bin ich hier bin, oder? Ja, kannst du einfach diese Frage. Dann gehen vorne in die Räume, die dann vorne rein, die jetzt also du kannst dann einfach wieder raussetzen. Dann ist die und dann kann man die Spaß haben, dann nicht aufnehmen. Das ist ein Unterschied. Nein, das ist auch nicht so. Ja, ja aus. Ja. Nein, wir haben es ja extra aufgestellt. Aber du musst aber trotzdem sagen. I will go to the program. Yes, we have one that Fabian take it.
Worry about Fabian.
Hmm?
I would not worry about Fabian.
Why? You're not supposed to take a mask if you don't have your own. That's the rules.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they don't.
They don't know the rules. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that one. We didn't. I'm gonna go get rid of this because look what's happening here. Look at the bottom of it.
I don't know.
I put well as I was pouring it, I wasn't sure if coffee or tea, and that's always a bad sign.
Yes, sure. I think it's good, but I think they just filled the water tank and not the coffee.
You're so good.
No, no, I can have it soon. I have a lot. Oh, do you need coffee? No,
I'm good, thanks.
so we did it. Oh, we did what?
Nicht?
Und das mit der Präsentation, ist da was, ist das schon irgendwie rauszufotografieren?
Ja, ich klaue jetzt das Ding aus Canva raus, weil es ist mir nicht. Ich habe ja prinzipiell kein Problem mit Canva. Ich finde das Tool super nice, aber ich finde es halt lästig. Es ist Arsch. Entschuldigung, das ist so, das ist einfach Arsch. Ja, dem her. Und jetzt muss sie es halt so nehmen, wie sie es kriegt. Das tut mir leid, aber es ist ja so. Natürlich nicht.
Das ist so ein Ding, das macht sie aus dem Wald. Es tut mir leid, aber. Es tut mir leid, dass es bleibt.
Nein, mir tut es mir schon leid, weil es ist eine coole Präsentation, aber ich kann halt nichts machen. Echt spannend. Ja, was ich spannend finde auch, dass es jetzt wieder funktioniert, wo kein Schwarzton da ist. Und nachher tut es wieder nicht. Ich sehe es schon wieder. Ah, ich muss mal schnell an den Tisch greifen. Weil, ich würde es gerne lassen, wenn es funktioniert hat, aber da ich das nicht hundertprozentig garantieren kann aktuell, muss ich. Das ist was wir im Wald machen. Wer macht das noch?
Was?
Du hast gesagt, das ist was wir im Begenzer Wald machen. Mit entschuldigen nur, wenn wir es nicht so meinen. Wenn wir... Echt? Haben wir gedacht in der Sekunde, wo ich gefragt habe. Important check. Present good pressure, fatigue. Body part wing it. Got Elena. And the body part update. There's a presentation deal. Update, yes. Then with the snap thingy. Jedes Mal wieder.
Wo bist du jetzt hin? So, das weißt du nicht.
Also ich habe keinen Anschluss für das ganze Zeit, weil entweder habe ich da einen Wackelkontakt oder da unten einen Wackelkontakt. Eins von beidem. Und oben habe ich checkt. Soll es nicht sein. Und
Ist das nicht hier?
doch, das
Also
läuft.
mal anziehen.
Ich weiß, wo es reingeht.
Does that help in any way what I'm doing?
Über und dann geht es doch die Qualität ganz assoziiert.
Ja, weiß.
Ja, genau.
Maggie.
Klein. So, ja, klein.
Genau. Der redet über ein Kind.
Ja, genau. Mit unserem Georg.
Ja, ich dachte mir schon.
Also mein Georg, quasi. Und mein Georg.
Sorry, what? What is with the coffee bag and the Irish students? They have bones. Yes, that's the one. What is on the floor? Floor that's do we have spoken more?
Irgendwo.
Yeah, like we actually did anything on that so far because it was up to like a bit unexciting to like actually know the program. I feel like we just need like the five minutes nothing every Sunday morning. So as soon as that's completed we can organize. The last one is I remember taking advice from her we're going on holiday. So we do yeah, so and you can even see what they are telling about at some point you feel like there's people that really
What was the name again?
just ask this and go like yeah. I can ask yeah, but I'm not sure I'm watching it because yeah, I really actually yeah, it doesn't make sense that we don't hear yeah, but actually, after the child interest for the moment, it was different. So for and then yeah, it's just like for everybody doesn't. Yeah, like everything, like we were over with the section, so before, we will have to. Like, no.
No, don't know either. Take yours home, please. No, but like, doesn't need a. No, see on the wall, the last one. Yeah. Yeah, so these are cheesy too, I think.
Those,
No,
those quite funny.
it's really good. What is national coordinators? Is like board support.
What?
National coordinators, are they like board support?
Mm-hmm. It was called a national coordinator.
That's nicer than board support. I'm sure, okay. That's why I know.
Board support decided to know that
Yeah, because we did, like, NB/S, the National Board
Yeah, we
Support.
had Vienna
Yeah.
or NBC.
Oh, I think Belgium does that then. I'm not sure then.
so jetzt gelassen.
Möchtest du den Schüler präsent vom Computer?
Ja, aber das Service Reports.
Does it piss you off?
The thing is, I would out the possibility.
Ja, wir rüber so. Ja, ich habe einen Schipper auf der Seite.
Bist du?
Wait, Clara is
Ich glaube, es wundert mich, dass die Wahl wenn es sonst so wenig ist.
I never bought one of these. I like a lot of them. I had once I bought one in club, 12 freaking euros for
Well,
yeah, for a kind of that and 4 centimeters of water, I think. Well,
I don't
because they didn't have a card or anything, a menu, whatever. And the only thing I saw was that one.
Yeah, FYI, I just screenshotted everything from your calendar and just put it in there.
Okay.
Because I couldn't be honest.
My laptop yesterday.
I tried that yesterday. Yeah.
And for me, it worked like it had the right phone and everything, but I think it depends on the laptop because last year I had the same problem. I think that for me it worked well, but then when he opened it, it was completely messed up. So, okay, perfect.
Just so you know, you don't have to worry anymore. How's the update going? Everything good? There's a second person, Anna.
Yeah,
She is online.
she's gonna be joining us online. I don't know if anything is agreed upon with her, where she's gonna join us online, or Google Meets or anything. We have to figure that out. On the WhatsApp, yeah. Yes. Because I really don't know. Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, is no. Never mind.
Take a pen and write your name again on your. That's why it's there. Yes?
Well, thank you. Yep.
This was my flow. Good morning.
Humbly coming to you asking for
Yeah. So,
yeah, because I oh
So it's okay, but that means you're not section, so I will give him that. But you're not from the section anymore, so you will
they
be
do know the
without the choice.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
We're
I think it was if we need a franchise, we need the two sections that can do it.
Okay,
we're too old for
to
this.
be fair, they didn't do it. I wanted to take it home, put him in my bag, then I was searching for something in my bag, put him out of my bag again and forgot him. They took care of him actually. You didn't see that.
So Mario went over to the pool table and asked him like, hey, can you pass me Herman? He passed Mario Herman and Mario just went and gave it to me. I mean, Gernot was very happy because he got this picture.
Yeah.
What is he?
A deer.
A moon?
Deer.
A moon? Oh,
Deer. Herman Hirsch.
Cute.
Deer.
Where is he?
In this room.
Where is this room? Where is this room?
You are standing
Oh, in
this
this room. Okay.
Not in his room, in this room.
I woke up today and I was so shocked. Yeah.
no, but like in the morning, I know, but like right morning from the beginning. Yeah. I didn't say that.
Yes.
I was stunned by the amount of people. Where did you go? I didn't focus on that.
You mean yesterday?
Like now.
is no?
Last night.
Is no one here from Cuba?
Democrats, yes. There is.
They are not registered.
Yes.
No.
The
There's Mario.
only Graz.
Yeah.
Unicorn?
My
Yes, smart.
section.
Is there anyone else?
No, they won't.
I'm
Okay.
They won't.
new president.
I know.
They will.
And I
We got
Crazy,
uni
yeah.
stuff.
To be fair, I was never that fond of Herman.
No.
But I'm glad now that he's doing okay. Yeah. But I will never take him again. I will never look after him again.
No, look up
That
there.
will be cousins.
Now, honestly, like personally speaking, I think this is one of the very fun parts of being in ESN, because it's not super duper serious. And there were attempts from the international level to kill the whole mascot thing, because at one point at an AGM somebody went completely crazy. They had a shopping cart and just went and stole mascots. And then at one point during the last day of the GA, they went through the plenary room and said, "Okay, we've got your mascot here. If you want it back, you got to pay up."
Yeah.
And sometimes what happens is as well, if you steal a musket and you take it home to your country, then you can force the other people to come and visit your national assembly as well. So there's a lot of things you can do with
Okay,
this.
that part is crazy. Like
That
stealing
part is
it and
This is happening.
then people have to do
Oh, I've seen him
some
do
stuff. It's okay, but like forcing them to come that's also a financial thing.
It is a financial thing essentially, yeah. But it's also kind of okay. Now we have a nice connection. Because do you remember that one time when I stole your musket? It's
Would it be a
No,
nice
listen, I was invited to the wedding.
No, I know.
in my
I
experience.
know. It's all funny games, I know. But I literally thought that I
That you had lost him.
forgot him on the metro while going home.
Take a picture.
Yeah.
So the idea was okay. The sections that are not taking care of the maskets, they just do an energizer at one point when we need it, and then we're good, and then you get them back.
No, but generally I think it's thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Generally I think it's a fun tradition.
Yeah. As long as you don't overdo it, of course. Like
Yeah.
within reason.
Yeah. As long as you don't make them do some like crazy shit
Yeah.
that is like really embarrassing.
We had people sing, we had people dance,
Yeah.
we had people tell a joke, stuff like that. So that one's fine.
That's okay.
As long as you don't tell them, okay, go skinny dipping in the river or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, but just because somebody tells you to do that to get your mascot back, like, do people really do it?
I guess.
No, I would just be like, I'm sorry, Haman, but you have new parents now. You have a new family.
Yeah. I mean, he stayed at Gernot's place, and Gernot was only Wien, so
Yes, exactly.
I think
So
it's
he
just-
felt at home.
Yeah,
That's very nice.
absolutely.
And he
Gernot was also very happy.
had chicken with him. That's also nice.
Very cute.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You calmer now? You calmer now?
Yeah. But you know how sometimes when you wake up in the morning and you're super stressed and you have like
Shit.
so much adrenaline, and then like you're kind of off like for the whole day. So I think that maybe will be my whole day. But it's okay.
Yeah,
We
you
will.
can.
He will keep me calm.
We have a second one here, so.
Since when
Do they know they're
do we
missing?
have you?
Do they know they're missing it?
I have no idea. Yes, if ESN TU Graz starts asking for a mascot, you know where to find it.
They have not.
Not yet.
So they don't think the chairing team are going to be stealing their mascot.
That's true. It's always the ones you don't expect.
Yeah, the thing is, if you know me, you know that it's probably me for stuff like this.
So we should have been more aware of you.
Yeah, it should have been in the survival
But I
guide.
mean, you had no chance of knowing me.
Very
Literally the first
I
time
should have
we
put
meet.
it in the meet the CT email. This man will steal your money.
Yeah,
You
like,
also did
it's like
not know.
wanted.
I didn't know.
I also did not tell you, so jokes on me, essentially, or everybody else.
Keep that tonight.
Yeah.
Workshop.
Enjoy.
I was literally thinking about taking him home.
It's a really cute one. Because sometimes they're awful. Yeah.
No, I really, if she's coming and asking so much like this to get him back, it's kind of no way to refuse her.
I thought it was going to be something about vote allegations. So I was like, no. But
No, I mean, I was on the receiving end of this. I got my mascot stolen at the very first AGM. We were setting up the international market thingy,
oh yeah.
and I had him around my neck. And then I put him on the table because it was annoying just bending down,
Yeah.
taking stuff up. And I looked away for maybe half a minute,
Yeah.
max. and it was done.
Swipe.
And then I saw him with one girl from East in Germany.
It's always them.
Yeah,
They
it's
love
always,
it,
it's
yeah.
always the Germans. She's now one of my best friends.
It's good way to meet
But I was close to tears. He was like, he told me to look the mascot. And then actually, Gernot noticed that she had Knut.
Yeah.
He's called Knut. He's a yodeling marmot.
I've met him.
Yeah,
I've met
he's
him.
great.
Is he Swiss?
No,
One of the Swiss have a marmot.
probably. Yeah, and I was thinking about taking him here as well, but I left him at home because, yeah, reasons. I'm supposed to be serious, as you can see. But yeah, I think Janet at one point noticed that she had her basket
Yeah.
and she gave it back to me during the AGM. But he wrote her afterwards if she still has the mascot. That's how she got in touch with Janet. They are also very good friends now. And that's how I thought, okay, I need to steal this mascot at least once in my life.
Okay.
That's what I did now.
There you go.
I'm good.
It's like
Because the next group we had for the next NA in Austria was Operation Skin Hermann from Innsbruck because we were really pissed off that they actually wanted to trade something against our mascot. So yeah, that's cool because just I wasn't careful, and now I'm trying to counter them with Gabi.
how do you make it?
Freeze the screen. Yeah, probably everybody heard on stream what we were saying just now.
Oops.
Oops, did I just turn this one off? Did I? Did I not? Okay, don't die on me.
Was du nicht?
Na, jetzt im Moment funktioniert's. Also, ich habe es jetzt immer wieder episodisch einfach mal für ein paar Minuten lachen. Es hat nimmer gewackelt. Ich komme aber
Gut, ich meine, da kann ich ja auch nicht
Na, sowieso.
wahrscheinlich das Kabel halten, oder?
aber unten nicht dazu.
Gibt es eine magische Position, wo das Kabel leitet?
So,
Noch nicht berühren.
machen wir nicht.
Ja.
Ja, das ist kein Thema.
If they want.
Can have,
Yeah.
Was?
but how can you, like, I know, but where do you put next to
They can hold it.
Genau, ist noch plugged in, ne?
It's not ideal. No, it's not something there for. You wear this.
that one? You can try it.
Like you have a mouth.
Line. All right. That one works. I guess. We need- I mean, I can still use the arrow keys to jump around. Okay. I guess
May
it's,
not be reliable.
I have to buy one of those.
For someone go outside and get more Austria, please. So need to continue watching. Einfach an, du bist der Erste. Otherwise,
I can also do it from the back.
Here we can.
Wait. I like it.
I'm taking out Kurzstein, don't worry.
That enough.
Linton level. Will I do it?
Up control. There we starting. Let's go.
I'm gonna.
I like it. I like it. It's so cool. We're using this one for like when we do have prices. We use this one as well. It doesn't rattle.
Possibly that it's named.
Wie heißt die App mit den ganzen Sounds nochmal? Shazam, glaube ich. Ah, Shazam ist das mit Musik. Das ist das mit den Liedern. Wie hat das andere gekostet?
Yeah. We gonna have the quorum check. Thank you very much for participating in the national board's update. I hope you
all heard everyone. In case that is not true, that you haven't had an update from one of the board members or one of the national coordinators, please find them in coffee breaks so they can tell you a little bit about it. But I think we should have managed that even with combining groups. Thank you for the input, Karina, that you managed to hear everyone. All right. Regarding the quorum check, I would also like to remind you that the National Assembly doesn't only start when there's a quorum check. It starts when the agenda starts, which is 9 a.m. And I noticed that a lot of people were not here at 9 a.m. because it's not exactly what we are supposed to be doing here. Tomorrow we have quorum check at 9:10. And everyone who's holding a vote and not here tomorrow at 9:10 a.m. is not going to vote for this National Assembly. So keep that in mind. We're going to be here again, so you know where you have to go. But please keep in mind, otherwise you're not voting tomorrow. Without further ado, Fiona, before we started randomized the sections, so we don't start at the top, we start with Salzburg today. So please everyone pay attention. Again, the vote holders, please only the vote holders say yes when you're here, so we can start with the form check. All good? Then ESN Salzburg. Here, ESN St. Pölten.
Yeah.
Thank you. ESN Uni Graz.
Yes.
Thank you. ESN Uni Wien.
Yes.
Thank you. ESN Bochum.
Yes.
Thank you. Could you also please raise your hand so I know where you are? Thank you. ESN Alpha BKG.
Yes.
Thank you. ESN Kufstein doesn't have the right to vote. ESN Linz. ESN Linz is not present. ESN Klagenfurt.
Yes.
Thank you. Where are you now? Ah, here. Thank you. ESN Technikum Wien. Thank you. ESN TU Graz. Thank you. ESN Vienna. Yes, thank you. And ESN Baden-Württemberg.
Yes.
And ESN Innsbruck.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we have 12 out of 13 yeses, which means we reached quorum. That's much. And that means we also can continue with the various national board candidates, which is apply for president. You have 10 minutes for the presentation, 5 for yeah. Okay, awesome. So, go ahead.
So, good morning, everyone. You already know me. I'm in the market. And you have already seen me for the past mandate as Secretary General of the National Board. And I was sent before you to continue, hopefully, another national mandate, but as President. Can move on with the slides. Yeah, that's me. Can move on more. Yeah, this role down that's some was about myself and my private life, and it was about my ESN life. My private life is I was born in Vienna, and I was raised here until I was pretty small, old enough for school. And then me and the siblings, all of us went to school in India. So we spent around 8 years there, and then in 2010, all of us came back to Austria, to Vienna. And since then, I've been here, and I finished school here. I did my bachelor's here. And after bachelor, as you can already see on the other side, the first one, during my master's that I started here at the university, I did my Erasmus Barcelona, which is 30 years and I started. But before going to that, I love good food and the cooking itself, because that's one of the main things that everybody knows about myself. I also cook very spicy, and that's also something you know. So coming back to the ESN life, why I'm here standing here. I did the Erasmus and then I came back. I like this exchange between everybody. I was always interested in this intercultural understanding and like this exposure that you get because I also have this intercultural background myself. I lived in a very different culture and I came here, so I have this crazy view from childhood compared to what's going on now in adulthood. And I did Erasmus and I came back and I still wanted to have that, so I thought about joining ESN. That's when in 2022, after I came back, I joined ESN Vienna and joined as an active member. And there, I brought myself a bit more and became office manager. So that's why where I put my first efforts. And then an international event that we had here in Vienna happened, which is the community meetings, which is one of the main reasons why I'm standing here, especially with this mandate with the board that we have. That's where I met everybody outside of my local section of TU. I did my tests and Fabian and Pia, Philip, all of us met there. Like I met all of you there. And then last year I decided to be part of the national board. I don't know why I'm here. And I also have many other places here. That last year, you last year. I'm on the company study. I'm going to keep it short. So I joined there, and then I joined for ESN Vienna as event manager. So I did that for more or less like a year, and then I finished that mandate last year in the summer. And right before that, it was to the beginning, there was the NA class, my very first NA. And then I saw our national board currently standing there, and I was like, I do want to work with these people that are standing there. And well, I had a very good run so far. I'm still happy being part of it, as well. And I joined, I applied as Secretary General and got elected close to the summer. So since then, I've been Secretary General. And now that I've got some insights into our national level, or the Secretary General behind the scenes of it, and also try to like go to join a lot of international events and network with other people and see what struggles every other country has in our doors. I decided not to go join as president as far as Philip is joining out as president. I want to bring in myself. Like I see there's like a lot of points that I have learned. Maybe it's, I don't have expertise. I would say that I have a lot of insight in different topics, and I feel like maybe I can bring in myself as a leader. Like I also challenge for myself to lead a national, like a national organization and make a face, like try to give everybody the opportunity to work on the topics they want, and also try to find synergies for them to working together, bring them together, we grow together. Like there's so much more I still have to learn. Like there's definitely gonna be a transition period as a president, and so far I just know what I have been working as a secretary general, and also talk with everybody at the national level, see what everybody's doing, talk to other members. Yeah, so I have already finished all of the points on the left side with this ESN Live. That's more or less me. I personally just want to keep this momentum that we have as ESN Austria right now. We also have a very good reputation at international level, which I really love. I just want to keep it growing for us. That we have new people joining in, that they can enjoy what we already have. If I'm going to do it or not, to be found out. But I want to what kind of reason. Yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. So we are going to have question rounds, obviously, for every single candidate. I encourage you very much to ask your questions because the people who are applying here are supposed to be or want to be your representatives in Austria on the international level. So please ask the questions you have. And saying that, I obviously open the speakers list. Okay.
I have a question, please, about if you plan on changing anything in the future as president, or some, I don't know why they changed it and keep the things that they are in future plans in that regard.
I think the first two things that comes to my mind are the topic that has been most involved in the sector. One of the changes that I want to bring in are the changes to the point system. Like I do want to bring in like I want to improve the document that we already have, that's like structure and process there. And I need already pointed out like different things that are not aligned completely, and I would love to bring that in. I have a plan, like in this kind of already to bring in proposals for the next summer so that we can already have some progress there. The second thing that came to my mind, I want to keep the J consultation I think we are doing a pretty good job right now, and I think not many people know what the GSM section consultation is. I already talked to you about the general assembly on international level, which is more or less the any like here, right? And we have voting topics that we are here, but on international level at the GAV. So we usually, as the national board, Secretary General, we bring those topics to the sections so that they're informed, have something about it, and they can give us a voting. We usually do like online voting, so it's like very democratic and involve everybody else. That's something I would love to keep. Something I would also love to keep and foster more is the effort that currently our president has put in for growing our collaboration and the partnership with institutions. PLA, for example. I think that's a very, very big topic that we have right now, which is like growing and growing. We already presented yesterday, I think. I would love to go and foster our relationship with academic institutions, be it universities, be it the national agencies and stuff like that. And well, now I'm gonna run down. I would also like to support with the funding that we have, like to enable events and support for the section schooling events and stuff like that. Like if we are thinking about doing grants that's coming up, I would love to support in that regard. And another thing that is very, very important is see that it's always the case, like this is a topic that never dies. It's recruiting and having new people come in and supporting the sections to find new people. Like I do not, I cannot reply to it. We always have a vice president, for example, who's in charge of the HR part supporting sections, or we have a section coordinator right now, which is something I would love to keep, for example. So supporting the sections to grow, like have a solid foundation. How it's going to play out. But these are the things that I have in mind.
Do you have a comment or is it a question?
Question,
comment. Awesome.
Continue. I think that it's really
Please name the section first. Sorry, could you repeat?
Dagmar from BFI. I think it's very important you brought into the conversation a lot of positive things about yourself, but I think it's really important also to talk about the things that maybe you feel like you're not so good at, or that you would, or you see that you might struggle with. And I would like to for you to explain a little bit what you think are your weaknesses in regarding being a person or
I think there's a small funny story that we played like a game during our team building on a national level, where I got a task. You had to draw on paper all its national board members, and you had to progress on there. And it was like a secret task, which we cannot break. And I got the task that after 3 seconds, if you have not decided to do what the next move is, I have to do some random move. So it's like kind of jeopardizing, let's say. But I think that also kind of puts me like describe me to a part where I'm in a bit very easy. Like when something's coming up, I just say, okay, let's move this, yeah. And that's something that I want to try to balance. Like being easy a little bit is good, that gives you a little bit of push, or sometimes you have to make very fast decisions. It's coming up that helps you with that, but you have to balance it in a way that you can be doing it, but
Talk a little slower.
oh, I'm fast.
Also, yeah, he's talking about pace. Pace.
Okay.
Sometimes too fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Another thing is that I have been working on right now is also for myself. I know is that I'm a person who's a bit of a routine to be very efficient and productive. That's something I've been working for a couple of months now, which also this mandate helped me a lot to structure a bit and learn still from all my board members and my the coordinators and everybody I'm talking to, which I do want to work on myself. Like I would see this as a challenge to grow further. Because so far it's just because of growth for myself, so which is mostly.
thank you.
Sure. We see now that you asking questions only if there are no other questions to be asking.
No, I have serious questions that I want the participant to answer.
The participant.
And I think it's like that.
Okay. Do we have to be anyhow? Okay, so let's go ahead.
No, I don't. I'm holding the microphone. with ESN Austria. What do you identify as the fields where there's the biggest need for improvement when it comes to both internal collaboration, but also collaboration with sections?
Or internal collaboration.
What are the sections?
Well, like one thing that I know that I really want to keep or try to keep is like the thing that we have every week trying to update us all. Maybe improvement. Pretty hard. For now, I feel like it's working pretty well. Like, there's like the problems that we had so far is usually because there's like a lot of text that's coming up at one point, and having all of the positions filled is like one of the most crucial things. Like right now, like for the board right now, I think these are going pretty well. We are all in our departments, we're doing our stuff. We are updating each other a little bit, but maybe we can have more insight into each other so that we understand what our decisions and steps are being taken. Like we have a motivation behind it a bit more, and that would improve the working together more, which I will see how it's going to be in the next minute if I get elected. That's for improvement internally. So I would just hard to say. I would have something in my mind now to say that that has to be changed. Second question about collaboration towards the sections. Keeping the local board meeting, for example, is very crucial and important. Keeping in touch with the local sections, different topic levels. Like the recruitment, for example, is something that really, really good. Like I don't have full insight of Vienna and the secretary, for example, but a bit more, but that's my department, somewhere.
Please, thank you.
That's something that I would love to more, like put more effort into being more in contact with sections that are recruiting.
Philip, Mario was asking.
I just wanted that also.
No, but Mario went. No, Mario was first. Then
I hope it's a little bit.
also, do you please try to shorten your answers a bit because we're already at the end of the time.
So one of the challenges you've already identified is that we want to have a full board. There are two caveats to that. So you need to find more members for the open positions, and also currently all the applicants for the positions which have applicants are from Vienna. We have a strategy to look outside of Vienna for board members.
Looking outside of Vienna, we brought up a recruitment idea that we presented at the local board meeting. Our hope is that the most knowledge about the potential mentors who would be motivated and experienced enough would be within the local section. So the local board and the local presidents would know best other sections. And we already explained that it would be very helpful and be helpful for each section itself if the local board identifies those volunteers who have the potential and experience, and they can actually propose a volunteer for like get in touch with us and be, because we're more than happy to give them any info that we have, give them insight on that. So that's something that we would also solve the game problem in a sense.
Okay. Sarah, will you?
Yeah, partly covered the market, but Sarah is an MD. What if you don't find more applications? Do you already think about how to distribute tasks? You can be
What if we don't do more applications?
for your general task, especially vice president and functional
I need the
How would you distribute it in
sorry, procedure. We need the mic. We can't hear.
And I would ask.
No,
Right,
just
Sarah. I would also ask you. I would ask you to. I know maybe I've not seen you early enough, but I try to keep an overview. So no mics going without me telling where to go. Otherwise, it's gonna be confusing for everyone. Please. So Sarah, please ask your question again.
How would you distribute your tasks if you do not feel all decisions? Do you think about it already?
I don't think about distributing the task itself. I just have the priority that I would focus on bare minimum to run. But like it doesn't make sense if I overload myself or the fellow board members step up to be part of it. And I do know that it costs more a lot by the secretary now that I already have inside on the position. And how to run that on minimum energy. And I trust the other board members that also check with each other also regularly where the motivation is and how we can do this and what we don't want to do. Like what we want to do is one thing, but don't want to do is also very important.
Okay, then
I only question, what is your plan for international cooperation with national organizations?
I think one of the things that most people appreciate that like there is almost appreciation coming up, which I also see there's a need coming up more and more, is best practice sharing. I realized at last Central European platforms that in Brno, when together, we had a national board track where the national board representatives of the national level came together and we did like a best practice sharing session there where we talked about the things each country has and then everybody shared their knowledge and insight on that. We had the same thing also. The last one I remember was national boards training in December, where we also did like a full session this for the best practice sharing. So that's something that I see that being in contact with other nodes and see like sharing our knowledge to them and they share their experience and knowledge with us is I think one of the key points of being a network. So that's practice sharing something that I would love to focus on and I very much on it.
Alright, are there any more questions for Chief? I mean, you can also approach him during the breaks and the evening. If you think of something that you want to ask, please go ahead. Are there any more questions? If not, then are there any objections? No. So you can see this is done. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Ariane for this presentation and the application for traffic. Oh, you have 15 minutes. Go ahead. What's the job?
Oh wait, that was the wrong light. God damn it. I don't have more lights to turn off now. That's good.
Okay.
Next slide, please. And yeah, I'm applying as national treasurer again. A bit about me, I'm 26, originally from Germany. I've been in Vienna for over 6 years now. Little fun fact, this is my favorite emoji. If you want to know why, you have to ask me in the coffee break. It's related to my name for the non-German speakers. Maybe that's interesting. But yes, a bit about my education. Basically, I finished high school in 2018, then moved to Vienna with my bachelor's and master's here. I actually finished my master's in 2023, and since then I've been working. This is my professional experience. As you can see, I do something completely different. I work as a software engineer, and I've been working at the same company for since 2018. I don't know what that tells you. I guess I'm loyal. Yeah, and yes, a bit about my ESN experience. I joined ESN in February 2022. 2 months later, I became the treasurer of the local section, and I was doing that for 2 years. In 2023, for the mandate, I was the financial auditor of ESN Austria, where I learned a lot about the processes and everything. And then last year, I applied as treasurer of ESN Austria. I was elected, thank you. And yes, I'm applying again. So a bit about my motivation and ideas. Basically, the biggest thing is stability. When I applied last year, I already had in my mind that I wanted to do 2 years. because I feel like in the position it's really important to have stability, which I was told was not the case in the past. So I think that's really important, and I want to give that back to ESN Austria. Also, one thing is revive the ESN Austria VOC community. I already had this on the slide last year. To be honest, this year I learned what national board means. It's a lot of tasks that are not really easy to, like, that you don't know before, like in daily business. But this time I also don't want to be too ambitious because I know that there are these daily tasks that we need to take care of. But this is really one of my priorities because I want to find a successor. I really want to make sure that next year, when I'm not applying again, that there's someone else who is applying. Yes, and also that's also one of my weaknesses, I guess, because the question was already there. I need to prioritize myself better, so I don't want to put too many things. This is really going to be one of my priorities. Yeah, and the next one, stability, make sure ESN Austria can operate stably and find ways to make income. I mean, we already started this mandate. It's a process. You cannot just come up with new ways tomorrow. It takes time. We're still working on that. Some ideas will actually be part of the budget presentation later, you'll see. Yes, and that's it. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm currently trying to set up a timer maybe for the next couple of Q&As, so for now I would say that you ask the question, I'm going to repeat it, and then for the stream and then Fabian can answer. If that, we can try, okay? So I'm opening the speaker system. Julia.
Yeah, I will just get up now.
But
Julia, yes, and
what mic would be?
yeah.
Okay.
Julia, yes. Thank you for your presentation, Fabian. We heard a couple of times the words stability and speaking about trade negotiations here. Yeah, near them in Austria, we have a couple of times problems of finding treasurers. Have you ever considered of getting advice from professional auditors and consulting professionals about all of this, which in my opinion would contribute to the trust in our organization? Since in the meeting we also did it, and yeah, we found out that there are a couple of things that we could take or do differently. Yeah, that's certainly a really good idea. We just need some money, I guess. But certainly a good idea. I think you're talking about like auditing our bank account and budget and stuff like that. That would certainly be a good idea. Something I can take into the next mandate, but I also cannot promise this because you will see later in the budget presentation. Money is tight, and I don't think that's priority number one, but it's certainly a thing that we can do if we find ways to make money.
All right. I saw information that you were talking about Austria. I realized that it's like what we're talking about. And I just wanted to ask also if someone else doesn't know. Do you mind opening a little bit what this that you're talking about?
Of course, yeah, my apologies for explaining it earlier. So basically, there is already a BSC community on the international level. BSC stands for Business Finance Community. It's everyone who's a treasurer, who's managing ESN cards, who's managing partnerships, everything related to money. And the idea was to create something similar on the Austrian level, to connect fellow treasurers, partnership managers, to exchange ideas, best practices. So it's really a community for like-minded people and people who are interested to exchange ideas.
Thank you. Any more questions? He's the money guy for the next, possibly for the next year, so maybe you have questions about that. Julian. Yes, Julian again. Please.
Do you have maybe any ideas how to also tackle the issue of treasurers' local section? Like you just mentioned a group title. Is there anything more particular?
You mean on the problem that they also have problems finding people?
This is a really good question. I always ask myself, why don't people want to apply for treasurer? I think it's such a nice position. But honestly, I think what's the case, this position scares a lot of people because it involves money. So I think what we need to do is just communicate better, just to tell everyone what is our job, what do we do, and in the end, to make it clear that we don't do this decision on our own, right? We're part of the board, and I don't decide where I spend the money. The board talks about it, and in the end, the inspections vote on what we spend the money on, and in the end, I'm just following a guideline. So this is something that I need to do better, and I think everyone needs to do better, is how we communicate this position. But it's not a scary thing, it's actually a lot of fun. Numbers are fun, something's fun.
Okay, there was a comment from Mario. Fabian, you can just ask it because I'm sorry, with two mics it's not that easy. It's they're not.
Valid for food for thought, maybe for the national training event. We could have some small sessions, workshops, mock-up games of being a treasurer and reducing the barrier to entry in the position. As you mentioned, people are scared of it. It's an awesome position. Yes.
Comment or question? A comment and then question from Philip and then Natalia.
More BSI. As a comment, we were talking about people who want to continue with this job. I think that our section should be this kind of like, what do we call it? Like mentoring, and was mentoring. So that you could talk with people that might be interested, or that you see that maybe this person would be good for this, and then take them like every few times to show them what you actually do. So that takes a little bit that scary part away. At least it did for me when I stepped forward to getting more involved to actually see the person doing that job. Generally, yeah, as a comment, a big recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then Philip had a question and then Natalia.
ESN Austria. What do you take away from the last mandate that needs to be kept and what needs to change for the next step?
I mean, what I take away, the biggest thing is that I noticed how much work there is on the page business. That's already what I mentioned in the presentation. I came in with so many ideas, and I realized quickly that it's not possible to do all of them. One thing that is not really on there, but we should do, is obviously more documentation. Yeah, this is something that is need to document my tasks better, have a proper transition document. I would already be doing that this time. If I get elected, I would still be doing it because doing it next year, I will forget about things. So yeah, documentation is really important. That's, I think, something that we should need to do this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then Talia. Okay. Now I'm with Excellent. Are there any more questions for Fabian? If not, I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay, speakers list is closed. Thank you again very much. We have a clicker now. Too much technical stuff. We have Jess now presenting her candidacy for communication manager. We also have a clicker now.
Thank you, Georg.
Try if it works. Yes, amazing.
Hi everyone, I'm Jess and I am reapplying as communication manager for ESN Austria. Some couple of facts about me. As I said, I'm a career communication manager for ESN Austria. Even though my full name is Jessica in ESN, I kind of have an alter ego and I find it really weird when people call me my full name, so just always address me as Jess, please. I'm currently doing a master in social media management strategy. And some of the important facts you should know about me is that I'm a huge Swiftie. Now moving on to the actual ESN part. This is more or less what my ESN journey looks like. I started back in 2018 and until now, and now we will get more into details. So I joined ESN back in 2018 in one of the local sections in Madrid. I was there until actually last semester because I was still doing that. But yeah, I was president for 3 years. I was also part of the communication team of the section for a long time. But fast forward in 2022, I moved to Vienna. And in theory, I was going to actually leave ESN. But as you can see, that really didn't happen. And I joined ESN PFI. And then since that, I was actually part of the event and communication team in the section, and I got more interested in ESN International in general. And in 2023, I decided to join the communication committee from ESN International. And I'm there as part of the corporate identity team and the proofreading team. I feel like proofreading is quite self-explanatory, but corporate identity, basically we are a team that makes sure that stuff that is published in social media or websites from with the ESN branding, that is all according to the guidelines that we have. And then ever since 2023, since I became more involved in the international level, I was also part of the OC for the community meetings at the detention board. And ever since that, I got really interested in like ESN international in general, and then I actually joined the OC for art. I was also doing all the communication stuff, and I joined a couple more events throughout the following year. I was at the national event for as a PR volunteer. I was recently at Street Break for in Germany as part of the communication team as well. And now this brings us to me applying for communication manager last year, and now wanting to reapply. Mostly because I feel like when you're in a national board, you don't really have enough time to do stuff in just 1 year. Because I've already did a foundation, it's a lot of work that you kind of not plan into when you first have your idea. And I would really like to continue and finally be able to work on more stuff that I was actually planning to do and not stuff that was kind of thrown into us because of like ESN work, how it works. So, if I were to be elected, I have the three main points that I would like to focus on. The first one is brand awareness, both with section support and training. I feel like this is something that I already tried to start this year. I already did a communication workshop in, for instance, Vienna, for instance, and I feel like for the new communication manager, I tried to give an onboarding to most of them, the ones already. But especially this year that is going to take into, like, we are going to start taking into account branding for sections in order not to get warnings and even get that. I feel like it's really important for sections, especially the ones that are small and don't have that many resources, to be aware of minimum requirements that they should take into account. And also because in general I feel like we don't take that seriously into account the branding from ESN unless you are like super focused on communication. And the second one would be finally kickstarting a GoCon. This is something that I really would like to do because I tried to do it this year, but it's kind of in the way, but not really. And I would really love to make it work now that I kind of know what things, how did I approach it that didn't work well. I would like to try to approach it in a completely different way. And the third would be now that I have worked on all the stuff in this mandate that next year shouldn't be that much work. I would like to focus again on social media. This year I already managed to diversify more the social media content because I not only post on Instagram but also LinkedIn, and I feel like it's really important for especially in terms of institutions and advocacy and so on. I'm also making use of cross posting, which is basically like being able to reuse stuff that we post on one social platform, but adapting the format so that it can be reused for different ones, so that we are more efficient. And that's basically all. And thank you for listening. We figured out maybe that might help more.
Can you reload it, please? Just, yeah. We can try that one, maybe it's easier. You can scan the QR code, put your questions on Slido, and we can ask it that way. Maybe that's more efficient. And hereby I'm opening the speakers list. The only thing I will ask you to do is to raise your hand so I know you're typing something, right? So that's all. But that works. Yeah, please write your questions, not just your name.
We share the link to Slido with the participants group because for example my angle doesn't know.
Oh, okay. And so also for procedural media.
It'll be in Austria.
Yeah. Yes. Is it open? What? Is it open? I can. No, just procedural before after open it. Or okay. Okay. Is anyone typing something to start up? Yes. Okay. Copy. I put it, you know what, I put the links to the, okay, I put the links to the slide agenda somewhere below. Under the dinner, you have the link for Slido now, so you can also use the link from the agenda. Okay, let's see. Do we have questions yet? Can you get access? Yes, it's in the, on the agenda. Okay, so we have one question from Hassan. What challenges you faced in your previous mandate
that you like work on during the upcoming ones? I feel like the biggest challenge I had was the lack of time, which I hadn't planned into. Because when I got into Monday, I was only doing my master, and then I actually started working. So I was working full time, doing masters on side, and also ESN, which is a lot. So I feel like that's one thing. And also that I had too many ideas that I wanted to take care of, and I didn't have the capacity for it. And I'm like really perfectionist, so like it was really frustrating not to be able to get to everything, and then I was not sure how to prioritize the ideas that I have. Thank you. Are there more questions? Anyone writing something? Okay. You can also type continuously, but if it's, is there anyone who's still typing besides them? Yes, okay. Alright, so what have you learned from another country that you would like to implement? This is also for the German section, because then Vienna can just copy your
Yeah. Thank you.
what have you learned from another country? Actually, like from the community meetings in September that we attended to, we had like a session for not best practice sharing, but like tools. Like we shared some tools, and there's even like actually like the idea that using Notion is so like useful for communication is something I had not really thought before, and it's something I would like to implement for you guys, and also how they take care of the communication for the national events. Because I feel like the Austria is a lot just part of the OCD, and I feel like it would make sense for me to be more involved in that part as well. Thank you. Philip? Yes, we have another one. What impeded you from implementing ACOM from in this mandate, and what did you learn from it for your potential next mandate? I feel like this is like a huge topic, because like I'm not sure if it's like a mistake or not a mistake, but I really tried not to go the easy way and try to just reach out to people from Vienna that I had previously worked with. Because I wanted to try to at least get people from outside of Vienna involved. And that was like my main thing, and I feel like it wasn't necessarily a mistake because I think that this year we have too much Vienna involvement that we get a lot of section, like a lot, like a wide view of the picture. And I feel like also communication is really important to have, like even material that you record or whatever, it doesn't make sense that everything is focused on Vienna, for instance. So I feel like I wasted a lot of time trying to accomplish stuff because I couldn't find people from outside of Vienna. And then now, like the actual people that are gonna help me are actually from Vienna. But it was like people that I reached out to afterwards. Like I know that I can work with them and it makes sense. I feel like even though I should focus as well on trying to reach people from outside, I should not limit myself to it because maybe with the more like once it's growing, then we actually attract people from outside as well. So I feel like it's just a question of getting it motivated. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any more questions, David? If not, I propose to close the speakers under interpretations. Now, okay, speakers, thanks again very much. Yes. Okay. How was the Slido? Does that work for us? Does it not? Okay, we have a lot of so we're gonna keep it. All right. So next up, we're gonna have Anna. which is interesting because Anna's joining us online also to apply for the communications manager position. So we have to get her online, and I think Robert is already working on that. Is Anna already waiting?
Can you accept me into the meeting?
Almost there.
Just a quick note while we wait. If you're speaking in the crowd, I can't hear what's happening and the minutes go funny. So as much as possible, please try to be quiet, not just respecting the presenters and people asking questions, but also if you want to have your heard.
While you're waiting for Anna,
Hello.
there's one more waiting for Anna because Anna's here. Can you hear me? No? Yes? Doesn't seem like it.
Can you put her on screen?
Ah, hi, Anna. Can you hear me?
Can you hear her? Okay, and we also can't hear her. Okay.
No?
I'll try to get the sound running as well, because before it worked. No, it doesn't.
Anna, if you hear me, could you, like, I don't know, what is it? No, that's a sign.
Okay, this was a test sound, so that one should be working. Anna, can you say something again?
Yes, hello.
Okay, can you say something again?
Hello.
Okay. First ones?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool hoodie, Pia.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hey Anna, so you have about 5 to 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we're gonna have a question round. We're gonna do that in Slido. We're gonna send you the link for that so you can also see the questions. And if you have a presentation, you should have the right to share that one. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, happy to be here. In case you do not know me, I'm Anna. I'm the previous communications manager of ESN Wien. As you can see, I'm not here now because I'm in my Erasmus right now in Portugal. So first to get that off the question list, maybe that why I'm applying if I'm on Erasmus. The term starts in May and I return in June. So actually it's not really an overlap. And I feel like I want to be more involved with ESN when I return.
Okay.
And that's why I applied.
Okay, I'm not moving my laptop. No?
Okay. So who am I? In case you don't know me, I've been posting a lot of videos and content on ESN Wien Instagram. So if you're interested, you can check it out. But I've chosen not to reapply because I wanted to give the chance to someone else within my team to kind of step up and take some tasks and learn something new. But what I learned from this time is that I really like to create a team. I like to create this engagement. I also had this experience when I was the OC of apps, and we had a really nice communications coverage, I would say, this time. And we also have footage for the next events to use. What I did within Wien, I created a communications team. So basically before there was not really anything. And now I feel like we have a team that can work kind of independently, even without me. And I'm very happy about that because before there was really not a lot and I was alone, and through searching and encouraging people, now we have a really cute team that is working well. I'm also doing the master's in marketing, and I did the bachelor's in media and communication studies, and I'm working as a video editor. So in that kind of department, I have some skills. But I'm finishing the master's now, so when I return, I will be done, hopefully. And I would have time to focus on the tasks of national communications manager a bit more thoroughly. So that also leads me to what plans I have for the national board of ESN Austria. I really want to enforce this ACOMCOM that just started and find more members to take part, which I already did for Univien. So I feel like that's something that I'm not so bad at. Yes, I want to work really together with all the communication managers, because I think some people, they don't have the skills yet, but they would really be able to create some nice things if they have some support. And so we can get also all the sections we have in Austria to a good standard in communication and in social media. For example, I also had a Canva workshop in my section 2 times, and it was very well received. So I'm really open to having some workshops as well if people are interested in it. And I really want to get more active on socials. So for example, we could do something like section in the Spotlight that ESN International is also doing, or sharing kind of the life of an ESNer. But I would also like to do cooperations with other sections from outside of Austria, to see like cultural differences, for example. Because we did one really nice cooperation with ESN Armenia at Univien, and it was a good experience. And I think the outcome was also very nice. And I think it could also fit for a national Instagram account. Yes, so that also leads me to the end already. I'm going to the community meetings next week, and it would be very nice to already have the knowledge that I gained from there to also bring it to the national board. Yes, it would be nice. Otherwise, I'm just going to join for fun, but yeah, that's it.
So, Mike, understand. Thank you very much, Anna. I guess you continue if you do amazing. The speakers is open. We need the QR code again, or you have the link in Slack. Anna's gonna get the link to Slack as well. So if you can read your questions, please raise your hand if you're asking a question so I can get someone to say. Oh, yeah, yes.
What's actually
Okay, there is a question from Vienna. Anna, can you see the question?
Yes. Should I just answer it, or?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. I think the biggest insights from Univien were that really, if you have a team, everything is kind of possible. Because before I was doing everything alone and I was really overwhelmed, but then I started to build kind of a team of people to help me and to kind of get more ideas also from other people and to work together. And that was kind of a big realization that I had, that if you find people to support you and to work together with you, that is gonna have a very nice outcome as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions here? Yes. Okay, there are some questions.
Is Verena Amazing? Yes, it's okay.
So we have another one from Vienna. Go ahead.
Okay, so what type of improvements do you think you can achieve in ESN Austria? I think that in the last term, as Jess said, she was very busy, but she already started some very nice things that can be worked on and improved on. For example, the ACOMCOM, so that people who are interested in communication, who have some communication experience, can create some things together, can share their ideas. And also something that I said in my presentation of myself, that I want to kind of have a basis for even people who don't have any experience, but they just took on the communication manager because it was interesting for them in their own section, and to kind of support them in a way. And also in general, just to get the social media running again. So I think if you have some reoccurring posts, for example, it's not that much work and not that much time commitment to keep kind of posting those postings. Yes, that's my ideas.
Thank you. And we have Catherine from SMB. Can you read that?
Yes. So, as I said, I finished my master's in June, and I have my master's exam in the autumn. Yes, and then I'm done. But I will stay in Vienna. That's my plan for now. And I will continue working in my job, hopefully a bit more hours, because now I'm only working 10 hours. And that's also kind of why I chose the position of national board, because I think when I return, I'm not sure how I will feel being done with my studies to be back in the local board, but I would like to still be committed to ESN and not kind of leave this experience behind. So I think the national board is a good fit. And I mean, time-wise, maybe to answer the question better, I'm not going to work full-time. That's not something that I plan immediately after finishing my studies. So I think it's a good time addition to my time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody?
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another question from Philip, but before you answer that, is anyone else still writing any questions? If not, I propose to turn to speakers list after this question. No. Okay, so Anna, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I think the most significant difficulty that I expect would be to actually reach the people within our national like our local sections, because I think now in Vienna I know already quite a few people, and it's easy to kind of engage them and make them join some Ecomcom, for example. But since I don't know all of you from all over Austria, I think that's kind of a difficult task to reach out to people and to get them to consider joining. Maybe something else is that it's new for me. I've never been in a national board, but I think it's also a good challenge to experience it and to kind of grow in that sense. Yeah, I think that will be the two most, because for the other things, for the creation of content or for the ideas, I have a lot of ideas. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much. Round of applause, Anna.
Thank you.
No. Oh, wow.
Yes.
I mean, you have it, it is you.
Yeah, I tried it. There is a problem with the cable. If I turn it off, then we lose this one here and we lose her. So that's why it's like this. I tried in the beginning and then we had problems.
Sorry, you can't see the people due to the technical difficulties, but they're all waiting. It's fine. Lovely. All right, so thank you very much, Anna, and have a nice time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, that worked out way better than expected. So next up we have the on-board applications, and if I'm not mistaken, we start with Alice. Is that right? So please give it up for Alice. To explain this time around, we're going to have the presentations of Alice and Mario first, and then a joint question. So I would ask you to keep it to about 5 minutes each, and then we have 10 minutes for questions. Amazing. Go ahead. There's a clicker.
I don't have a presentation. Hold on. You don't have to go on. For those who don't know me, my name is Alice. I don't have a presentation prepared. If I prepare a presentation every time I'm applying, I am applying for the third time for the board. I'm originally from ESN Austria, so welcome to our university.
I was president for 2 years for the Vienna network, and 1 year I was treasurer, and now I'm the president of ESN Vienna as well. This will be my last mandate in the board, and I would be happy if you vote for me to finally start a normal volleyball career where you just go. Why do I apply again? I like to work a lot. I love to support the national board in any capacity possible. I like the legal stuff. I like to get into the details and read the statutes for the 100th time. That's just something I like to do. Yes, I don't think there's more to say. And I think we can hand over to Mark. Of course.
What she said. My name is Mario. I'm originally from ESN Austria. I've been in the audit board ever since we have an audit board. So I think it's 5-6 candidates for the audit board. I've been local president for 2 years. I've been local vice president for 1 year. I've been local financial auditor, national financial auditor, national president. You see similarities between our ESN careers, I would say. And also, Alice basically covered all the really nice stuff about being in the audit board. I'm not going to repeat everything. So yes, I would like to continue in the audit board. As you might have seen, there is 3 positions in the audit board, and there is only 2 applications. So anyone here who is considering or is even vaguely interested in the audit board and in the work we do, approach us, ask us, and maybe even apply. We are still looking for a first person for the next mandate, assuming that we get elected. So yeah, I'm happy to answer questions now for the candidacy, and outside of the candidacy, always approach us if you have any questions concerning the audit board work, the conduct of ESN Austria, the legal topics, the legal documents. If you have ideas, if you have questions, why is it written in this strange way, which I don't understand. Typically, there is a reason. More often than not, I was there when we put the lines into the document, and I can explain you why it was put in there the strange way it is in there. And if you're not agreeing with the rules, I'm more than happy to help you change the rules.
Thank you very much, you two. So also for clarification, Maria already sees that they are not running against each other, but there are 2 or even 1 more position to fill, so you don't have to worry them against each other. Ask them about their cooperation so far. So hereby I think you go for your flow through applications and opening the speakers list. Is anyone typing questions for the audit board? Consider doing that because audit board is basically they're the ones watching rules of the national board. So quite interesting. Is someone else typing besides? Yes. Alright, so we have a question, I guess, for this one, Daniel. What do you expect to be the best part of yes? What do you expect to be the best part of working together? Daniel from DSI.
So I guess this is both of us, right?
Yeah, yes. Well, I can just say we have been working together for 2 years. It has been fun. I think it's, which is when somebody has time, they answer the questions, they take care of it. But if for most stuff, we don't need to talk to the others, but if there's something to discuss, we also just wait for the answers, and I think we're pretty quick. Sometimes somebody doesn't have time, but that's just also good why we have more people, so there's always someone who can answer questions. And I think it's been working pretty well.
Robert Buck, covered then. As a list, I think the current audit board, also including Georg, we are pretty much on the same wavelength, and we are at a level of trust in each other that if one of us speaks towards some external party, the others typically have more or less the same opinion, and we don't have a lot of internal confusion, discussions, opposing opinions. And that's really great to have such a high level of trust in the competencies of the others, so that we work as the audit board, but even every individual member is also very much capable of answering questions really quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then we have a question from Fabian. What does a day in the life of an audit board member look like? Audit board related, not just coffee itself. I mean, maybe coffee is one.
Well, you have to watch closely the LBA Slack channel. That's the Slack channel we have to get to the national board where most questions appear. Yeah, when we get questions, either it's really easy and just answer it immediately, or we discuss it internally. We maybe read the statutes again because you cannot read it often enough, and then we give you an answer. But what also happens is that you're just sitting around with some random members and something comes up, and then you can say, hey, maybe that's a good point of changing it in the statutes, maybe think about it, I'm happy to help, and that's basically.
So this covers the part where we actually can ask questions. Another topic is that we actually should and do monitor the work. So when something is published by the national board or something is within the discussion space of ESN Austria, and we have the nagging feeling like, is this correct? Is there something we missed? Is there something which should have had a different procedure? We internally synchronize our thoughts, our ideas. Everybody pitches in, it's like, okay, I remember in that document, that page, there might be something contradicting the current work. To give an example, first, we have the EGM point systems which were published by the national board. Georg raised the point, shouldn't there be a different number of total points? We were like, yeah, it sounds like it. We double checked in the document. We came to the conclusion. We informed the national board, and I really want to appreciate that the national board reacted to that and really corrected the issue. I think you did a good job of publishing the correct numbers, so thank you for your cooperation there.
Amazing. Then we have two more questions from Evan from Support, Dava, Evan, and then Dana. Is there anyone else writing the questions? Okay. So then Clara was asking what's the worst and most difficult part in the work of audit?
The worst and most difficult part. For me, personally, it is trying to balance that I know everything about the legal stuff versus let the new people try proposals, try something where I see issues, I know the history, and first giving space so that they can express their ideas and not just standing there saying, this is not working, I know.
I just have to say from the experience not with this board, but before, it was really hard. There was a lot of non-responsiveness. Also in this case, for the current national board for cooperating with us and also listening to our criticism and trying to implement changes. That's also good.
Thank you. Then we have from support. Is a third person very much needed, or is the workload averagely good enough for two?
Legally, we are supposed to be 3 people, which also influences the majorities within an audit board. Workload-wise, I think we can manage, but on the other hand, Alice has been doing it for some years, I've been doing it for some years. At some point, we won't be doing it. So it's good to onboard new members who might have a term, 2 terms, 4 terms, 8 terms of audit board. So we would have We would like to have a third person, and maybe if it's just pure interest, come here, join us, have a peek behind the curtain. If you like, stick around. If you don't have to completely continue. You can always step down.
It's less about the workload. It's more about having a common, mostly neutral opinion as possible, because we are here to check up on things. The workload is not. It's better if you have more people, you have a bigger opinion base, and also it's good if they're divided from sections and cities, so you have different viewpoints on things.
Thank you. Before I go to Dagmar's question, is there anyone still typing? Because we have 2 more questions, and if no one's typing anymore, I will propose to close the speakers after this question. Are there any objections? No? Okay, speakers is closed. Then Dagmar from UFI, as you said that you would want to be the third member of the team, does that person need to be a German speaker?
No. Technically, no. 95% of our documents are in English. The only document which is not the legal binding document in English is the statute. So it would be good if there would be some basic knowledge of German, or if you're really into the topic, it's nice if you can read the original text, but there is a translated version with hopefully not many deviations, so you can work in the audit court if you only speak English. It's not a required skill to have.
We also have informally, everybody has a little bit their own expertise. Like some, I don't know, I'm bad at the voting procedure stuff, for example, like knowing which majority we need now. The others are better with that, so it's also some experience. And for that, you don't need the jury.
Okay, thank you. And then we have Jitin's question: what do you expect from national board members when working?
Yeah, like I said before, responsiveness and also listening to our input. We have to monitor what the national board is doing, but also it helps you when we give input. So yeah.
Especially the summer.
Yes.
Ask. I want you to ask. Even if it's a little detail, even if you think it's a stupid question. If you have any doubt, any issue, any whatever, just ask. We are happy to answer. And especially if you plan on proposing legal changes for the next upcoming NA, approach us proactively. And even if it's just I have the idea, I want to tackle that, then we can already start to support you.
Awesome. So thank you very much. And we're gonna have the audit board presentation later today, where you're gonna hear what they did the last couple of months. But for now, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we're actually at the last presentation before we get to go to lunch. So I would ask you to give it up one more time very much for Nina for her national coordinator candidacy. I think so, yes.
Hello. I know that all of you are dying to go to the lunch finally. So, without further ado, I am applying for the national coordinator for the liaison officer towards youth organizations. And I'm relatively new to ESN. I joined last semester, at the beginning of the last semester, and I was the minimal speaking for the ALT organization for their last ALT. So, I think the most important thing is to map out the future ideas and plans regarding this position. So we have a lot of wonderful youth organizations that we already have collaboration with, and many more organizations to be established in communication with. So further on, I will outline some key directions which I would like to develop within this position. First of all, this is educational initiatives for ESN, workshops to encourage liberation and sustainable events. So breaking them down, I would like to establish lectures or excursions or workshops within ESN to explore modern practices and to basically learn more about what can we as organization do and to learn more about the structure of United Nations. Further on, here I would like to start with a little bit with a social problem. To my mind, we have a really big problem currently in the society that we're living inside of our social and informational bubbles, which are being reinforced by social media and basically our recommendations in social media. So basically, each of us might be sure that people around us possess the same opinions as we. It makes the society and fractions of society drifting apart from each other really much. So what I suggest doing and collaborating with some organizations regarding this idea is to establish workshops called Break Your Bubble, where people with polar opinions would be discussing ecologically their opinions and searching for a common ground. The next one is a sustainable initiative. As we know, Vienna is one of the cleanest cities in Europe, but it's not clean by default. It's clean because a huge work of people stands behind it. And I would suggest collaborating with partner organizations and with youth organizations in order to establish green events where we could listen to techno, have a lot of fun together, but at the same time clean the rubbish and take care of the public spaces being clean. Yes? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So next, of course, who would guess we have the question? And we have the slide thingy again, and I'm opening the speakers. Anyone interested in asking a question? Someone, please. Yes, thank you. There are people on it.
I know it's hard to ask something when you're hungry.
Yes. Well, where's the musical? Oh, no, it's fine. We have a question. So we have the question from Alice. How do you ensure that also audience and sections are involved?
Good question. Well, I believe that our partner organizations, sections of the partner organizations also exist in other cities. And it could be a mutual initiatives across different sections of these youth organizations as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have Philip. What experience do you have that could benefit you?
Well, regarding my professional experience, I used to be a bench researcher, and this position included building partnerships with startups. So yeah, I think I do have the experience in relationship building, and apart from that, my main professional path is in communications, and I work in marketing, which also might be a nice background, but it is something relatively new for me. But I really want to bring my passion into the investment to this.
Okay, thank you. Sufficient answer. Okay, awesome. Then we have Vienna from OED. What are some things you learned during your time in ESN position?
While being in ESN, I learned that sometimes, well, first of all, I learned that you have to react to everything really, really fast. And second, I realized that sometimes things can go bad in that direction that you could never expect them to be. So the general summary would be I learned to be less frustrated about things that might go wrong. I learned to react more more fast to things, and I learned that basically if you have an initiative and if you have an idea in mind, it's worth to try expressing it and try to force it.
Okay, thank you very much. There's another question from GT, but before I want to read that out loud, is there anyone still asking? Oh, awesome. Then GT wanted to know, do you already know your first step to start organizing this discussion and the cycle?
Yes, actually, recently I found an organization which is called the International Community NGO, and this is basically an NGO that specializes in conducting different lectures and different courses related to leadership, European Union, and collaboration within this topic. So I would like to suggest having such an initiative with them or with the debate club. And regarding the rape and recycling, I know that the city of Vienna is conducting annually cleaning events where like people and volunteers from Vienna get to clean the streets and clean parks. So this would be one of options, and the second option would be Bundesjugend. And regarding the music part, it would be the most probably because they also collaborate with different organizations and organizations and NGOs. So I think they are not new to collaboration like this.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything more that's being asked? Okay, other than Putin, no one. Okay, you're covered. Alright, so after the question that Putin is still typing, I would propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay, speakers list is closed after Putin's question. We can't wait to hear
What's this?
could you maybe repeat your plan with the museum again? Just in 1 sentence.
Yes. Basically, with regarding the rape and recycling kind of thing, right?
So, second part.
Yes. Basically, they also have their sustainable program, and this event would be this sustainable program because it's basically about keeping clean and about youth deliberately doing stuff for green initiatives.
Thank you very much. And then Putin's last question was, how far do you intend to keep exchange and ESN?
It depends on the effort itself. Regarding the educational effort, in my eyes, it should stay within the standards and within volunteers, because incomings are here to study anyways. So it could be a little bit redundant for them to apply for another study program within their studies. But when it comes to recycle, when it comes to some more occasional initiatives, I think it would make sense to also involve them. Because after such cleanup sessions, we could go to drink beer and we could go to basically party after this event. With the feeling that we did everything right today.
Okay, thank you very much. That was all from me.
Thank you.
Amazing, we managed the first half of today. Before you all get to your well-deserved food, I would ask not everyone explain to us how not. So we have a couple of announcements regarding the lunch break.
Yes. Hello everyone. Good news. Tonight until lunch. But first we have discuss the topic program for today. Here's maybe you're seeing that Gab sent a message to the project. Here's the basic action to the service of the program. We have the first option as also dancing course with a professional dance teacher. And the second option is a pop roll. And for this, you have some works and stuff, so you have time in the lunch break to make up groups and also decide what you want to do. Both of the events will end up at travel today, so there is also the opportunity for dancing people to go to the bar later.
For the ones participating in the science course, it starts at 9:30. Be aware that you come to the university after 10. You need to come to the main door, and you will be asked if you can actually enter the door, because the side door will be closed. I don't know if anybody of you used it, but at 10 normally it's closed and you cannot open it from the outside. You just need to come in from the main door.
Okay, so that's classes in the breakfast room. And for the popcorn, please sign up for the link below. And for the lunch, we got a huge sponsoring of different kind of noodles, basically lentil, whatever. So it's like instant water food. We have around 200 boxes, so feel free to eat more if you want. It's for different type of flavors. They're all vegan and they're not gluten free, so you need to be pretty careful. Otherwise, come to us and we will prepare some of you. And there will be a salad to this, veggies, and the hot plate also for the breakfast. There is a hot water, so you just pour hot water in after the work service, and then eat it.
Go.
Thank you.
There are no more questions regarding lunch and food and everything else. We're having a lunch break now, which is gonna last 1 hour. So we meet here again at 2 p.m. So we can continue with the quorum check. We're gonna do a quorum check at 2. So if you're not here, not good. You will know. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. See you later.
Should we turn it off for the
Danke dir nochmal. Achso, ja, den Präsent. Ich habe ihn immer noch da, aber man weiß ja nie. Ja, sowieso. Weißt du, irgendwo speichern?
Yes, because she's at the head. I think so. Yeah. I need to hit stick.
Into my cell phone. Exactly, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Right.
And we had the question round together.
Two.
I think it was very good.
Hello, there you are. Thank you. Put in a lunch break. No more display capture. Hello, image by audio.
question if this timeline of having this elective NA in January/February is mandatory or if there could be something different. And we looked into it, we discussed it with the national board, they asked us, they approached us if there is a reason why it's done that way basically. And some reasons existed or exist, they might be obsolete by now. So that's something which we also want to put on the table as a discussion with you as the sections and vote holders. If you think it's more feasible, if you think it's more practical to have this current NA move further in towards the summer semester, beginning of summer semester, so that there is more time between the NA so that there might be more progress which can be achieved during this bigger space. And then, of course, we're also keeping a lookout on the applications, because typically we have some formal legal requirements when it comes to applications, but it's also all the other applications or the other positions in ESN Austria which actually need to be filled to have a board which is functional, because in the past we've always seen it if there is missing members, either board members, national coordinators or other positions, the workload will be compiled on those members who are actually elected, and then it takes a lot away of the actual plans and ideas they have. We've seen it last year when there was no treasurer and it was covered by Philip and Giacomo as the president. So it's crucial that we have a full board, but it's also crucial, speaking from a legal perspective, that we have that we have two financial auditors. Exactly. Those are actually required by the association law, so that's something we need to figure out until the next mandate starts. We need to fill those positions. They are in charge of monitoring the financial stuff. As we discussed earlier during our application, we are 2 out of 3 positions applying for the audit board, which is not great, but it's not as severe as when we have no financial audit applications. So even if you're writing your application for the audit board, maybe you want to reconsider and write an application for financial audit. It's also really fun.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I hereby open the speakers list. Does anyone have any questions for the other one? I mean, technically, we could also pass the mic around now because I have one. We can try. Do you prefer slide or do you want to do the mic passing around thing? Anyone opinions? Mike? Okay. Are there any questions? Yes. Any questions for the auditor? If that's not the case, then I propose to close the speaker list again and get into the questions. Okay. Speakers list closed. Thank you. Bye. Next up, we have a guest appearance, Ami, who is going to tell us everything about the changes to the national events policy paper proposals, the ones that we voted on, that we can vote on. Now he's going to tell you what we are voting on tomorrow, since we voted on voting on it. So, take it away.
All right. So, to those who might not know me, I was the National Events Manager last year. And Martin, the current National Events Manager, asked me what is an area which he could not take part in, if I would be willing to present the proposals that he worked on together with the rest of the National Board. So this is what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm going to have to juggle this a bit.
Oh, I can do this one.
Yeah, would be nice. Thank you. Yes. And so, just a short introduction. So, what is the NEPP, the National Defense Policy Paper? So, ESN Austria currently has one national event, which we call out. There is room for at least one more national event, which is always in the making, but has not come to fruition yet. So the NPP was made to set the rules for cooperation between the sectors. There are many national organizations which don't have a national event, or some which have a national event, but they do it in a, let's say, heavy cooperation with a for-profit company. So from this point of view, we can be very proud within ESN Austria of having a national event which is actually a cooperation of the sections and which does not involve travel agencies or similar outside corporations. So the NPP sets the agreements that the sections make beforehand, it sets the duties, and it tries to set the deadlines so that the event can go through smoothly. This NEPP was originally made when the event was new, and the proposals today, they aim to correct for a few things, which I think are results of organic changes in how the event is organized, which are not yet reflected in this policy paper. So they represent a bit of friction between the way things are actually doable and between things are actually supposed to be done. All right, so the proposals are phrased as changes to the current document. The current document is a bit of a tough read, but is available on the SMPP for everyone who wants to read it. The point of the change that the national board proposes is not to change the character of the event, but just to do small changes which make it easier to understand or easier to comply with the rules made for the group. Yeah, and with that, I think I will just lay this here. I please get the pointer, and I will have a look in my document. Yeah, so with that, let's begin with the first proposal. I think this is a relatively easy proposal. The document lists a few abbreviations at the very beginning, and the national board proposes to add two abbreviations to this. First is local coordinator. This is a phrase that has been in use for the last years, many years, as far as I can remember. And to add the abbreviation of NEM as national defense. So that's all. It means in the future these two lines will be part of the document and they will now be the official abbreviations for the local coordinators and national defense. Is everyone following the way that I presented? Is everyone getting where I'm going? Very nice. So we're going to go through the proposals. There is 12 of them. I did not choose the order in which we presented, exactly chosen by the national board. I agree with the choice mostly. If you feel like you want to make notes, it probably makes sense to make notes of your questions, because in the end I'm prepared to be part of it with your questions. So then I will just go to the slide and then we can go on with the questions. Alright, so second proposal. This is again about definitions. There is a proposal to change the line national defense coordinator. This is a, let's say, organizational thing. So in the past, the role that is currently the role of the national defense manager was a coordinator role, so it was not part of the national board. This was changed a year ago. And so now we propose to correct this term in the document. And then we see the next proposal is to actually use the phrase local coordinators. The phrase local coordinators was, I think, not all, maybe the other before. So we propose to actually call the ESN team participants in the document by the name by which everyone calls them during the event, which is local coordinators or just LC. The same is done for the phrase team member, which is even less clear. It should also be changed to local coordinator. So the meaning is not changed. Number 3, we're getting a bit more interesting here. So, about the finances, the OC has to prepare an event budget and calculate the price for the participants based on it and present it to the national board at least and that's on 4 months before the event. And the national board would like this to be changed to 9 weeks. This is a change suggested mostly to give a more realistic deadline. The thing is, the national board could very well present the best estimate 4 months ahead of the event. Especially right now, since the last few years, the event has happened again and again in a continuous fashion. The national board and the organizers should have a very good idea of what the approximate costs are. Yet, ticket prices, for example, for ski slopes are rarely announced 4 months before the beginning of the season. And so is also prices associated with some of the other components of the event. We would like to correct this for 9 weeks before the event. All right, proposal number 4 about the date. So the national event coordinator, which will be replaced with national event manager, has to provide the sections with an event timeline for all the planned national events, which includes all the relevant dates and deadlines according to the NFP. This timeline has to be done at least 8 weeks before the event takes place. And so for this change to make it sense, I want to give you a bit of context. So I got a note here. Same deadline as the final price and the budget release date. Basically, sections would get the open call for participation on the event 2 months before the event takes place. This is if you have been reading your emails, happened yesterday. So you receive the open call 2 months before the event with all the relevant information, so the budget, participation, and timeline. And this is basically a change proposal so that we can do this all in one go, which means that there is not information fragmented in several emails. Also, yes, the timeline is a lot shorter, but so let's say this is an official announcement of the time. So a general timeline can be given well in advance and is usually already known to the participating sections. So usually what the organizers assume is that the sections have a good idea of what event they are actually going into when they sign up. There is always the option to ask questions about how the event is going to go down, what is planned for the event, if there are rather big changes in comparison to the last one. However, as long as it's a general timeline, I think it's completely sufficient to inform the participating sections 8 weeks ahead. Plenty of time to plan. All right, proposal number 5 about the who the organization committee consists of. So OC is short for organization committee. This is one of the abbreviations that is already included in the policy paper. And usually the OC consists of, it has to consist of at least 3 people. In the recent years, we've tried to have this OC consist of more than 3 people, 4 to 5 people, because it actually makes it easier to divide workload. And it gives more people the chance to participate in this event as OC and maybe become part of the next OC. So with this proposal, which previously said that the OC decides on which of them is the head of the OC, and the national event manager is by definition part of the OC, is now changed that the national event manager is automatically part of the OC. This is a proposal to simplify this power dynamic. The national event manager has his task or her task to communicate everything between the organization committee and national board. So the proposal is to actually condense these two roles into one by definition. This has been again lived like this for the past few years. All right, everyone still following me? It is a bit high, I know, but if you feel like you have questions about understanding the topic, feel free to raise your hand because a bit of interaction is never wrong. All right. So in this change of the finances, the national treasurer provides use cash for purchases in the last days before the event, respectively at the end. So the proposal here tries to actually correct this rather vague language and changes it to the national treasurer provides use of necessary funds, so it doesn't have to be cash, which it hasn't been the last few rounds. And it also increases the amount of time that the OC will receive this cash for funds in advance. So this is actually one of the proposals where the only people affected work. So it should be I think easy choice for participating section. Proposal number 7. And to this I want to give you. Alright. And so what I have here on my list, using the same platform for every section ensures that the OC has all the necessary data they need in the same format and in oversight. Let me go into this actually for a brief understand how are we actually doing with that. I think we are quite good and they all report to the short session. Alright, so registration of participants. And the national events policy paper assumes a kind of participation by sections, which then grows into a participation at the national level. And in the last few years, we have had a change in basically tooling with prefix being used by almost every section, and having proved it as a very reliable and good alternative for event registration. And so in the past few years, the national board provided the prefix platform also for the bundles. And many sections took this as an automatic invitation to use prefix, and we're very happy about it because it takes away much of the manual work and makes it easy to track their own ticketing. Some sections have reservations mostly because they have their own infrastructure and they like to cling to this infrastructure. So I want to explain, especially to those who are not using prefix yet, why it is very beneficial not to the organizers but in the end to the participants of the event that we have prefix. So having prefix means that the organizing team has a good overview at all times of the actual registration and has the benefit that the organizing team can, before the event, choose to set all the questions asked during the sign-up process and ensure that these are actually included. So if you are buying a prefix ticket, first you have to grab the ticket. This is a difficult task on their own, and then this is filling out all the data. So these data fields can then be controlled by the organizing team, so that first of all, we make sure that the data is collected in a way that is necessary but minimal, and that the data is then consistent with this. I want to give one example, which we did in the last few talks, which I actually think was an improvement thanks to everybody using previews. In the past, we had a small card printed, which we distributed to the incoming students to write their name and an emergency phone number on it, and have it in the pocket of their ski bag. This is due to the unfortunate circumstance that almost always a few accidents. And those people who suffer from an accident usually are scared. They realize that they might have gone too far on their own by skiing. They might be alone. They might meet another skier, but not one of their friends. They might have a language barrier with that person. So we wanted to actually improve this emergency card. So what we did is we found a way to print emergency bracelets. And these emergency bracelets are printed in the last few days before the event. They include the name of the person, they include the phone number that they entered during registration as an emergency phone number. So it's usually mom and dad. You can enter whatever you want. And they include the phone number of the organizing team, usually the name of the organizing manager, however you want to put it. This is actually a watertight print, so it can get wet and it doesn't get damaged. It's always on the wrist of the participant. It further gives the organizers the opportunity to recognize their own participants. It gives us an opportunity to control who is with our group, because we can check with the bracelet and with the name. These are very difficult to falsify. So for all of these reasons, it makes a lot of sense to have a consistent set of data. And the proposal would be that this consistent set of data can be ensured best by just using the same system. Tip number 8. Again, I will give you a bit of background. So when off begins, there is a village which has about 600 inhabitants around. And when the buses arrive, this goes up to around 850. So we bring a lot of people into this village, and this village lives off tourism. We see that. I mean, having a good 20% of the population be guests means that this village heavily relies on tourism, and for this they charge a tourism tax, which is, I think last time it was about 260 a night per participant. So it is quite a reasonable tax, in my opinion. But nonetheless, it is a cost that the incomes would have to incur. So this would add an extra €5 or more to their ticket. There is a way out of this. For confirmed students, the village is prepared to waive this tax. So this means that you get essentially a student's discount from the village itself. The vast majority of our participants are students. And in order to actually give the hotel the opportunity, because this tax has to be collected by the hotel and then forwarded to the village. In order for the hotel not to collect this tax, they ask us for proof that the participants are students. So of course, there is a few participants who might be students, but the burden of proof is actually something that the organizing team cannot handle. Because the first time we have contact with the students, it's within the bounds of the event where there is 200 people running around. So at that point, doing a student's check is virtually impossible. So we asked the local coordinators in the past to collect for us proof of student status for each of their participants. I mean, as far as they are students. So we would like to add these 2 lines to the net to actually make this compulsory. As I said, this work has been part of the task of the local coordinators for the past 2 years. And there is a few difficulties regarding them. It's not always easy to collect. However, we feel that from the national boards and the organizers' perspective, this is something that we just cannot influence. So we felt like this is something that we want to legally pass on to the participating section. 4 more to go. All right, we need it. Let's see if I have something. Yes, Martin wrote us. So now here, Instagram is the main promotion channel for us, as well as the WhatsApp or other chat platform for incomings for every section. Point 4 was read breaks for every. Alright, so I think we have some grammar stuff going on. I agree with that. It's actually better like it. And there is also the deletion of an archaic social media platform that I vaguely remember. In addition to that, the survival guide, because it looks like I'm trying to sell you something here that secretly I included something else. But it's not secretly included, it's actually mathematics. The survival guide containing essential information for participants must be sent to the participants and participating ESN team members at least 7 days before the start of the event. This is already the text. This is text we're not proposing to change. There is another sentence following on that the same survival guide has to be sent to the national board 2 days before it was sent to the participants. So if you add these 7 plus 2 together, you end up with 9 days. So this is just a proposed participation for the national events. So, proposal number 10. I willingly did not include the text of the proposal here because it seems a bit scary at first. There is a lot of red text. It looks like we're erasing out the paper. On the next slide. So for this, I also want to actually review part of the prepared presentation to give you a slight overview of what is going to be talked about. We are having a registration system where the section, so the organizing team and national board proposes the event, and we propose for the sections to participate. Then the sections decide, right, I want to participate, and I think about how many people I want to send, how many people I can send. Sometimes the question is, I want as many spots as I can get because I have lots of incoming students and they all want to participate. Sometimes it's a question of how much can I feasibly transport to the ski resort. And in order to mitigate these, there is a mechanism in the National Events Policy Paper. And we want to amend this mechanism to make it easier and a bit more simple, hopefully. So I'm going to read this text now. Bear with me. Delegation of registration rounds. This part of the NEPP was written in a long time ago, where house registration didn't run on printings, but each section sold their spots separately. The distinction between different registration rounds only makes sense in the context with prefix. On the other hand, once the registration is open, tickets can be continuously sold up to the start of the event, which renders separate rounds unnecessary. So, just a short timing from my side. Yeah, the thing is, there was a very elaborate, there is still a very elaborate negotiation process on how many spots the section can get. how many spots the section wants to fill, and how, if they decide that they cannot fill all these spots, they can do a second round and modify the wishes that they have stated previously. Again, so this is a bit of a system that relies on slower communication and not all data being collected in a coherent system. There's more. Change of deadlines. The current version of the deadlines is not just unnecessarily complicated, but also virtually impossible to follow. The registration round should open 2 months before the start of the event in the winter semester. This would mean at the end of September, where most of the incomings haven't or just barely arrived in Austria, in case of universities. The same applies to the summer semester. 6 weeks before the event means middle of February in this case. This made the sale of tickets difficult in the past. The incomings didn't want to register to a skiing trip where they don't know anyone at all, or they might not even have had their first contact with ESN, which means our communication channels could reach them. To this I am little to add. The removal of the distinction between summer and winter semester. As explained in the point above, the deadlines are way too early for the registration. If we assume a sensible 5-week deadline for the registration process, it can be the same for both winter and summer semester. End of October for winter and end of February for summer semester. To this, I want to add a few of the other constraints that actually decide the date of can be set. So usually for every semester, there is a decision that the national board makes for what time to select for the outbreak. One of the main considerations is price. So we needed a trip to be outside of the very expensive time for skiing. So this means that in that time we can actually negotiate a good price for the host of the summer, and at that time we can still get a good price from the ski slots, which is one of the biggest contributors to the price in the end. So you are left with 2 or 3 weeks that are viable on this side. There is other restrictions as mentioned here coming from the start of semester and start of promotion period. So if the semester has just barely started, usually the incoming students are still very high to those events. But if you start promoting the event before they have arrived in Vienna, they are likely not. And one more thing, return spots. According to the current version, the sections can return all the spots up to 31 days before the event. At this point, most of the things are already booked and not cancelled, which would result in a devastating loss to the event. For this reason, the point was removed, and only the return of 15% of the ticket remains, which has been moved 2 weeks. It has been moved to 2 weeks after the registration. This way, cancellations should have a good estimate whether they can sell the tickets or not. This way, sections should have a good estimate whether they can sell the tickets or not. So the proposal here is that during the last few years, we all gathered a lot of experience on how many spots are actually sellable, depending on the event pricing and depending on the event date. And there is a few, let's say, clauses here which give the organizers a bit of headache. So at some point, there is an opportunity to still cancel the event outright, and by then just intake a fixed cost, which would mean a huge loss for ESN Austria, but it would also mean the loss of the event. So this would mean that at some point, if you do it all in a budgetary review, you shouldn't even make this event. And that is, I think, not the view that we want to have here. because the idea is that we actually want to have this event, we want to give the incoming students the opportunity to get a taste of skiing, to get to know each other in such a huge group, and to have this experience in group. Yeah, so I think I went through all of the changes that are proposed here. Difficult to see all of that from what is displayed, right? So I encourage you to ask your questions if you feel like there is still things that you don't really understand. Yeah, I forgot to go to this part of it. So this is corrections to the same text field. It basically deletes the part AB and corrects part 3.5 preference. Proposal 11 is also a bit longer, so I put it on the next slide, but it should be much less controversial. So this is fixing most language mistakes and replacing local project coordinators with section presidents. So you see the local project coordinator is essentially a role that coordinates the event on a section level. So we would like this to be the section president because it is a better defined role. And other than that, it is deletion of unnecessarily difficult words and smaller definitions. Let's bring the lecture to the last one. ESN team participants. Let me, yes, the comment is fixing mostly language mistakes. So let's see what the language mistakes are. If there is more than one, I agree with that. And which sections actually move ahead. So again, this should be a non-controversial one as well. I think this is the time where I have gone through all of this class proposals. I actually challenge you to ask questions. I will be challenged here to answer them.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Okay, so I would pass around this slide here. You can share if there's a, yeah, it works. I've tried it before. There's a button, so we're gonna turn it off as soon as you move it because it's very sensitive, but it's small, so we can handle it easier. Alright, so if you're ready, I'm opening the speakers list. Do we don't want to do Slido as well? Okay, so Mario, please take it away.
Mario, Unigas. I have, of course, the what?
You don't, no, you just push and it won't turn it off. And now it's restarting.
Can we just finish the better one?
Or it did, it was.
I think you can handle it better.
Okay, Mario, I have plenty of questions from as well to the speakers listening. Thank you for your nice presentation, and I fully agree with the topics if you look from the point of view from the national level and the OC level. But there are several points which might be critical for sections and which have historic reasoning why they are there. So let's start with an easy one. Proposal number 12. There should also be LT in every name where there is T member now. So you need to fix the proposal just for the semantics.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
You say team spot, team member, you rather want to have LT spot, LT.
As far as I know, with the event where we actually managed to replace that, we managed to replace it. So, thank you.
And then number 10, the whole, no, proposal number 10, the whole return thing. So I agree with it's a lot of financial burden for ESN Austria if the section cancels. But on the other hand, what the proposal means is now this big burden just doesn't go away, it's just put on the section. And while ESN Alps might be financially ruinous for ESN Austria, it's also for sure not good for a section to be in debt for several thousand euros, I guess. So just to keep this in mind. In general here, these proposals are all proposed from the current perspective with a functioning house, with high interest in the students, with a lot of participants queuing and going. A lot of the topics on deadlines and stuff in there have been the result of not functioning hours. So if we are lucky, it will be staying this way, and we don't have issue of not having a good hours. But I remember versions where Vienna returned 30 spots, and now if that happens, Vienna would sit on most of them, and then Viennese sections would be thousands in there. So that's a bit of an issue here. The balance, because to be honest, Alps is the main source of income for ESN Austria. The benefit for the sections is questionable. So.
Yeah, so I want to not go into the financing aspect for now, the last season. We can discuss this separately. About the return of spots and the financial burden. So there is already a formulation in the policy paper which asks the question to the sectors to try to realistically estimate the number of spots that they can fill. This is always a question of chance, of course. So just because I had a good amount of income is interested in a trip a year ago or maybe just half a year ago, it doesn't mean that we can that you can provide the same number of spots. However, the only level where this can be known is at the section level. So from ESN Austria perspective, yes, this event is always a bit of a dangerous game for everyone. The risk is definitely not taken so that ESN Austria can gain some money. So if the goal was to actually just get the money, you could organize a British fund with much less effort. You could even do many British funds across Austria, traveling. And you don't need to have a 60,000 euro turnover to do that with a final 2,000 euro projected profit. So the event itself is about taking a risk for actually doing something great. And I think that by participating, a portion of this risk is necessarily at the section. Of course, what we try to leave in here is the 15% rule, which I think is mostly there to give sections a small buffer. So within ESN Austria, within the organizing team, there is always the option to, if not all expenses, but within a few weeks of the start of the event, we can still buffer a few expenses. This means ski passes have not been bought yet. So if participants don't show up, we just don't buy those ski passes. And then you can regain some of the finances. This is why we are able to provide a small buffer. But for example, with the hotel costs, we just cannot do that.
Mario, would the National Board and the proposals of these changes consider the opportunity that sections could hand over unsold spots to other sections directly?
A very question. Let's say this national board wants to answer.
I think you can answer that. So we check in the text exactly. So the
Why could you repeat that, please?
So basically, the idea is currently the sections give back the spots to ESN Austria, and ESN Austria can redistribute. You will remove part of this giving back in your proposal.
Yeah.
And I'm asking if you allow sections to transfer spots in between them on their own.
As far as I know, there is nothing preventing this. I don't think there is a specific clause that says you are barred from this, so it's definitely not legal to start spots between each other. The thing that we would say still stays within is a maximum of 15% of initially reserved spots can be returned anyway. And the text even contains that the OC decides how to deal with these. So this would mean that the section has to give no reason for returning the spot and hands back 50% of its responsibility to the OC. The natural reaction of the OC would be depending on the stage of the plan and depending on other factors such as, for example, room bookings, room prices. If it is a better idea now to cancel these spots entirely, or if it would be better to redistribute the spots. Again, here, so sometimes we know from our sections that we would like to have more participants, but we disallow this, so we try to make it, let's say, reasonably well distributed between the regions of Austria, between the participating cities. So we try to not make it a Vienna exclusive event, although it would be probably easier, but that's not the goal of the event. So the goal is to get everyone together and to do it as fairly as we can. I think this redistribution system still gives a lot of cushioning to the sections, and it leaves the decision maybe not so mechanically defined as before, but I don't think there is any action that is hard right now.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Albert. Currently, there is a deadline for the registration, which is 31 and 22 days respectively. This proposal completely removes this, and we have time tickets can be sold until the start of the event. I mean, practically, I don't think that's reasonable. There maybe should be a deadline still, right, for logistical reasons, such as you need the sizes for the rental stuff, for example. Wouldn't it make sense to still have some kind of deadline for selling tickets?
Actually, for selling the tickets, I would agree with the proposal to not have a strict deadline. With the skiware, we currently always have a deadline of 1 week before the event. Although the way we handle it now, the ticket does not contain skiware automatically. Skiware is an option add-on that the companies might choose to purchase or might choose not to purchase. Skiware rental is also something that could easily be solved on a small scale locally. So if there is a handful of people who arrive without skiware, it's usually doable to get skiware still, either in their respective home cities or even at the mountain resort by pre-order. For 200 this doesn't work, so we have to have a deadline where we say that until now you could order, and those will actually be shipped from Germany. And that's our capitalism. So yes, to answer your question, I think that not giving a deadline means that sections can do last minute sales. It's not stated, however, that incoming themselves can return tickets until then. So that's not true. So for someone who bought a ticket, they cannot give it back the day before the event. But if you have unsold tickets, you can set it at the very last minute, and the OC is prepared to actually welcome these participants on a short notice.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes. Lina Pekare, basically my question is, so without, there were a lot of people who wanted to either resell or change something in their ticket very, very last minute, like basically one day before the event or the night before the event. So my question is whether there is any regulation planned in this regard that people cannot resell or change information in their tickets last minute, like basically the night before the event, because it was the case.
Not at all, not at all. So I can assure you this is something that we saw in the last few years. And it is the struggle of the local section to actually handle these people. And for this, I think it's a good argument again with the unified ticketing system, because it means if the section manages to find a replacement for one person, then one person doesn't have to incur any cost of cancellation, say for ski rental cancellation, that the next person might not be able to take over. So maybe I signed up as an incoming, I paid X amount for a ticket and some more for ski rental stuff and ski clothes. And the ski rental and the ticket can actually be transferred to the next person. Last minute, we don't care. Because in the end, in the unified ticketing system, we have the right name with the right phone number. This has to be insured by the local section, of course. But as long as that happens, it's free to change out the last
Do you have a comment or? Yes. Comment slash question. Well, regarding the replacement of the person who wants to cancel, should that lie on the shoulders of coordinators or incomings themselves? Because last minute, basically the night before we have to go to Alps, it is very hard to approach every single person in the list, asking whether they're ready to purchase the ticket. And if there are multiple people who do this way, it is just not possible to do that.
Okay. 2 seconds.
We could get the comment.
We can get a comment from Mario. Then we'll see if it's a comment.
Can you just choose it? Okay. Here we go.
It's up for the section to decide if you allow it or not. You can set a hard deadline on your local level and say a week before we down the line it changes. Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Natalie is one report. We don't have cancellation policy with the external companies that we do the event. Are we not provided by those cancellation policies and should we not be in the local section?
This is the point. So if you do an event with 200 people, everyone expects there is some slack. And the one thing that is very difficult to change afterwards or in the last minute is the clothing situation. And what Paulina asked, as I understood, is the kind of heartbreak as a local organizer when you realize that some of your students have. And now you have to deal with actually telling them that but you still have to pay for the ticket because at this point it's impossible for us to change everything. And the usual solution to this is that either the participants cancel themselves or maybe the organizers know of a replacement who maybe just jumped in last. And that saves the day for everyone because someone who didn't get the spot before might be the first person on the waiting list anxiously hoping that they still can go and might be up for it just any time. They can take the spot the organizer can exchange the names and emergency phone numbers. The OC has maybe a bit of headache of reprinting that, but it's a manageable headache and it's actually visible in the chain logs. So you can just look at it and see it at the same time. The one thing that you cannot change is there was a girl with ISM and they chose ink and keyword. It's going to be really difficult to make that a male large keyword. So at that point, the girl with the big keyword needs to pay the keyword rental, but nothing else.
Thank you. Are there any other questions right now? Yes. The comment from Marina. Comment.
Okay, just name it.
Marina, we
Sorry,
wanted to say something that was number 4.
sorry, just 2 seconds, because can you just repeat?
Marina.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
So this was,
and the question.
was,
Sorry, could you repeat the question? Didn't ask you.
she said she has a question regarding proposal 4.
comments. A comment. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is proposal 4.
Yes. Thank you. So personally, I think that each section also has its own calendar and their planning. For example, the key building or trips for incomings, we are planning earlier than 8 weeks in advance. And I believe that if we introduce now the 8 weeks instead of 4 months, this will make it really difficult for the local sections to plan their own semester. Yeah. Do you want to comment on that, Ahmed?
Yes, please. The 8 weeks, it's actually not about the date of the event. So in practice, we reserve the hotel about a year in advance. So we can tell you the date much earlier. The timeline is rather about arrival times, exactly how you have to arrive on Friday, how you leave on Sunday, and what the timeline of the event itself in total is.
Okay, thank you. We have a comment from Mario and then we have Paul's question.
Mario Oliver. And historically speaking, those long deadlines, which are pesky and we want to get rid of, are exactly because of questions like this. Because the sections need to plan ahead, and if the information from the national board is arriving late, they have issues. So I get your point, reserving a year ahead, but then we probably need to keep something of reserve this weekend for us. Then more detailed stuff will follow up later.
I agree, and I think there is right now a mechanism that would guarantee that. We could think about, or maybe you together we could think about a proposal that you might want to add to this on the limited information beforehand. Of course, one of the important things with the 8-week deadline is if we actually want us to have. So at this point, the 8 weeks ahead, ESN Austria and the organizing are committed to actually doing the event, which we are not necessarily able to do a year ahead. So we could tell you that if we do it, it's then, but we're not sure yet if we will do it, and we could implement such a
You must have a comment or a question. A comment, okay. We can also pass it on maybe. Alright. So after your comment, if there are other comments, we have Chantal and we have Clara. Clara is covered, so then we have Chantal, and then we have Mario. No, first Marco and Mario. Yes. Please say your name and section.
And Jonas and section sounds good. Regarding this proposal, because you mentioned the compromise, would it be possible to always announce that the event is happening for us before announce the date? And that has has to be done, and the exact timeline has to be announced on 8th. Well, this is one of the yeah. Well, how do I put this? We made this proposal to actually simplify the process, give you the opportunity to get one document with all the information. So I brought with me yesterday's announcement. It looks like this. I have not put this on the slide, but I wanted to have it with me. The idea of actually simplifying some of the dates and deadlines is to give you this document in its full glory at once. So this document gives you an introduction to the OC, it gives you a few things you have to know about us, and in the end it gives you a very detailed timeline. And I mean, you all should be able to access the document because it was sent out yesterday. And it gives you a timeline on when the OC announces the budget, when the ticket sale starts, what the deadline is for the transportation price of the section will set, at what time the survival guide will have to be sent out, etc. So when I first designed this document, it looked quite similar to this, and it had a few redacted lines, which were actually not decided at the time of sending out the document. So that was a bit of a pity, and of course I knew this is going to lead to questions, which it did, which I had to answer by I don't know yet. I will send a second copy of the document with data filled in once available. So I still am very committed to keeping a simplified deadline which allows such a document to be compiled in full. But as we discussed with Mario, it might make sense to define a mechanism for a raw date because, yes, events should not overlap, especially not with us. I agree with that.
Thank you. For future reference, a comment is something that you contribute to the discussion. If you want information in this question, and at the end of the question, speakers. So now,
I have a question about proposal 8, please.
Proposal number 8.
Yes, okay, so this not for the students' confirmation that they are actually students. So, this was just an idea, I don't know if we can actually, is it possible that we can put it on the website itself so then when they can register? There's one of those six things that says, you're a student, upload proof that you're a student.
Well, that I think is setting up enough because we need to actually have some proof that they are students. So they stating that they are students.
No, provide a document as well.
Oh, you can provide that.
Should I say that they're a student?
This is an interesting proposal. We could actually work with it. Yeah. You mean something like a student ID upload feature?
It depends on what you're looking for, but if the student ID is sufficient, then yes, but if not, then I'm pretty sure every student can go into this event. I don't know what it's called here, but you can go and you can download a document that pretty much says you're an enrolled student.
alright, now we have a comment from
Mario, there is actually already by Marco, amendment proposed to this proposal, because currently the wording excludes a lot of universities which are covered by sections, but they are not the local section. In that, we have 7 universities and 2 sections.
Mm-hmm.
This wording would prevent 5 universities to join our event.
Yes,
So I will try to repeat what I understood from this. The problem is that the phrasing says sections university, which if I myself, I am part of the 100 section, my university is EU. So I would be tasked with asking asking my university to confirm the student status of someone else when I know that they are not part of the university. Is that the point that you were making? So I would have to ask the wrong university.
No, the wording currently does not even imply that you can ask other universities or that you can provide service to students from other universities. This is a very Viennese proposal, where there is 6 sections for 6 universities, and other cities there is less sections, but they are covering more universities than the section that the university section is allocated to.
I understand.
We have a comment from Marco, then we have a comment from Natalia.
Just 2
Give us a
seconds.
second. Comment from Marco, okay, he's covered, then Natalia. Are you ready?
Sort of, I'm also trying to
Give us
understand.
a second.
Like I can fix it later, just try to get the information. Okay, good.
Natalia is It's actually, I'm with Mario because last time we did not have LC and they had participants, so that would exclude both of them. So we're just not talking about Austria, even if we just go to the Vienna issue, we would just bring up both of them.
I agree. So there is great issue.
And another, no, covered as well. Okay. Marco had a question, and then and then I would already ask you to please keep it concise and short question and answer.
It's easier for me to get updates.
Marco is a type about proposal Canada. You're removing you're removing a lot of deadlines or shortening them, but there is one deadline which you increase, which says the sections can give them back to the OC up to 3 weeks before the first day of the event now. In case of sections like ESN Austria, which doesn't get access to the incomings before the beginning of the semester due to GDPR issues, the 3 weeks can become really difficult in the summer semester because that might be before the first day of the semester. So we, at the time when we don't know how many fields are interested in, we would have to give back them. So that is a very problematic change.
However, as far as I understood, you mean you are struggling to tell how many participants you will have. But this deadline actually does not apply to that as far as I understand. So what is stated here that any time up to 3 weeks before you could return a maximum of 15% of the initially reserved slots. The original estimate of how many spots you want is a deadline, right?
Yes, but we cannot promote the event at this time because we have not have contact to the incomings. They don't even know our Instagram probably before the welcome day. And so we reserve spots, but only when we start selling them, we can see if we can sell all our spots or not.
Alright, so you are stating that you would need more time, so in this sense, less weeks written there.
The 15 days is okay.
Okay, then we have the first before we take Daniel's question and then Marco's. I want to ask if there is anyone else who wants to ask questions. Because if not,
I would propose to close the speakers list of the diamond, diamond audit. Are there any objections? Okay, then. So, yeah, bye.
Dagmar, BFI. My question is, okay, first, I have never answered the doubts. Supposed to be in it. So maybe my question is, yeah. As I understand, these changes that are being proposed helps the OC people. I don't see how this will help the sections, and my question specifically is how do you think that these changes help the section? Because I don't see how they make it more complicated for the sections.
Thank you. So this proposal contains quite a few things, and I guess you are referring to the part where this 31 days registration is omitted, and the second round is omitted, and the whole thing means that you have, in a sense, a bit less opportunities to change your number of participants. Yeah, that is actually true, yes. However, let me give an explanation to that. So, in the past few years, we actually had very good events, so there wasn't even a question about reserving spots, and we had the opposite actually, that people requested more spots than we could give them. And as I had in previous discussion, I think with Mario, is that once the section gives a realistic estimate that they think they could fill, which can be very low from the section side. So if you think you can fill 5 spots, and you only stay 5, this actually transfers a bit of a burden back to the section, but simplifies the process and makes it, I think, quite easy to follow. It's a question of how much risk the section is willing to take and bring as many participants as they wish to us. And yes, giving back 31 days ahead, yes, it is a huge headache for the but it's not only a headache, it's almost unmanageable. So we try to adjust the process so that it is still giving the sections as much flexibility as we possibly can. The 15% system gives the sections an opportunity to rely on the cushion that the organizers have. The organizers can redistribute and can change a bit. This is why we can say giving back some of it is not a problem we can handle this. But we need, in order to handle and actually plan with the risk, we need a streamlined process. And in essence, what this means is that the reasonable estimate has.
Are there any other questions besides Mario?
Mario, congrats on the words proposal number 6. Shortened most of the deadlines towards the sections, and there you increase the deadlines and flexibility on the national level. Is it reasonable that the cash of ESN Austria is sufficient in those timelines, or is ESN Austria actually then in a pickle if the sections don't transfer the participation fees earlier?
1 second. 1 second. If what's not transferred, sorry?
The participation fees are collected by the local section and transferred to ESN Austria. If that transfer is delayed, ESN Austria might not have sufficient funds for those extended deadlines.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with your point that a late transfer of the funds is always a difficult for ESN Austria. However, we try to organize the event in a way that we use our status as trusted partners that we incur most of the costs after the event. So a good example is the hotel. We pay that afterwards. Another good example is the ski shops. We pay that afterwards. So this way we can guarantee that the sections are able to sell spots until the last minute, and we might send an invoice for participation fees that they could not return anyway before the event, which gives the account even more cushion. But that is a choice decided by the national board for a current situation. I do think this is feasible. If anyone wants to comment on this.
There's a comment regarding never mind.
Just a small comment. Just a small comment, because it also highly depends on the funds, obviously. If those people asking for money so that they can pay at the grocery shops, for example, I think that should be a problem for ESN Austria. If the request is to pay for the hotel up front, that's the problem. Yeah.
Besides Mario's question, are there any more questions? Because I was trying to think. And this is one aspect that is selling up front. No. Okay, so if there are no other questions, then however many Marios to I would propose to close the speakers. Are there any objections? No. Okay, after Marios, how many questions? No. 2 or 3 questions to the speakers. Thank you very much. Mario, go ahead.
So, concerning Mario, regards concerning proposal 7, you mentioned there that the OC is better in charge of what's in the registration and so on. Additionally, we touched a bit on the money side of ours, that it's a cash income for ESN Austria. And I know that also something which is a cash inflow for some of the sections. So, is there an opportunity from ESN Austria / the OC, especially ESN Austria national level, to actually limit the surcharge that a sections add? So the revenue which is sucked out of the students by Austria and the sections combined is not outrageous.
Sorry,
Thank you.
sorry, position. Limit what? Sorry.
Limit what?
Surcharge.
Okay.
Right, surcharge works. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yes. Again, very brief explanation because it's a very good question. The price of the ticket that the incoming student will have to pay has mostly 3 components. The one component is actually what ESN Austria comes up with, which is called the participation fee, which includes the hotel, ski pass, the food. So basically, it includes all the things that every participant has in common. Then there is secondary costs like rentals and ski lessons. So these are things that the participants can choose voluntarily if they want to book them with us. They are of course free to bring their own ski clothes, even their own skis. They don't have to go ski lessons. And there is the third part, which is titled transportation costs. So because the students arrive from different cities to Gladbach, where the event takes place, this cost is different for each city. This means that student from Vienna will pay in the end probably a different amount than a student from Salzburg. Salzburg is significantly closer to the location actually. This transportation fee is something that the participating section just announce it to the national board and the organizer. This means this is essentially really chosen by the section. Of course, good practice would be to cover the transportation costs with a reasonable buffer. However, there is, I feel, a tendency of actually making a general buffer out of this, which usually results in a significant profit. In the end, this harms the incoming students who are participating from that section because it raises the bar of participation that we are actually fighting so hard to keep low. And it gives a section who participates with very little risk of level an opportunity to make free money, essentially. So I agree with this comment. I think there should be a mechanism, but there is not currently.
For my sake and for the agenda's sake, please keep it precise. Because if we want to do questions.
And for my finger.
And for, oh yes, for the
And if you could slow a little bit, thank you.
Concerning proposal number 9.
I know. I have Mario.
Yes.
My concern is that 9 days might be a bit, or 7 days before the start for incomings might be a bit too late when it comes to additional rental and stuff the students might want to have in advance. So maybe if we are touching those deadlines, we might want to increase the deadline for the survival guide so it's sent out earlier to the students.
Well, thank you for this comment. I just would like to give a short answer. So, rental and much of the other things is covered in a quite long description, which is available for the purchase. So this is something that you can read in the previous talk before. If I need anywhere for the implication that you can look at with us and you might need it otherwise. The 9 days is actually, as I said, an unchanged number, which in my opinion worked quite well.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan, for explaining all of this to us. And yes, oh, okay. Awesome. So we have 2 more points until the next coffee break. For the next one, I can't wait to hear this. Because it's about the local national cooperation guide. And not just can I not wait to understand. Yes, thank you. Not can I just not wait to understand why it's local national guide, but also what it's about. So the working group, please take the stage. Questions. Well,
Between local and national?
local versus national. Okay, so now presenting the guide, we are very open for feedback. So if you have any benefit or in general, you can change everything. So and first it was kind of two kind of format, yeah. And I really want to thank. First, I want to give a shout out to Eva, who provided us with a draft that was actually already written by I think I will have this on the robot. So I think it's important to know that the idea to create a guide on our people started amended on the level is already very old, and we are happy that we could work with this draft and include PS points and then also include the topics we were telling us at the institute.
So we put all of this information together. Also, I wanted to thank Alice, who wrote a lot, and Lucas for the video stuff. Yes. Yeah, and thanks for so many people participating. Yes.
Okay, so I'm standing here in the name of all the people who helped out. So basically, what can you find in this guide? This guide is perfect also if you have a transition in your section. Then this is the perfect thing to hand over to the new president and say, hey, read this, all the important information is in there. What can you find? You can find, hey, what do I have to do as president? What are the first steps to do when you become a president? There's also a little bit of a distinguished some input for half sections and some for associations. Although, if there is a half section that has more input, we're also happy on extending this section because it's pretty short. Yes, then there are some legal stuff, of course. What do you have to do as a section? But also the ESN requirements. What does ESN International require you to do? What else? Yes, we have, of course, information about the national board, who it is, how can you reach them. The names might change, but the email addresses stay the same. So you can always reach them. And some basics about where can you find information on the wiki, what is it, how can you get it, and so on.
Also some basic transition stuff. So for treasurers maybe, and just maybe with some communication basics. It's a hidden doc, so you can change it to be updated by all the boards. And also there are a lot of things because there is a lot of information, and we hope it makes your life easier to find information. Yeah. Yeah, and here you can find the guide. And where will you find it later? We will upload it on the Watch channel in the description. We will upload it on the wiki. And
Participants folder? Participants folder?
yeah, we can also upload it there. And viewers will they should have to make it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We haven't done that in a while. I'm opening the speakers list. Are there any questions for the working group? Well, Marcus, sorry, he's gonna miss it. No, of course not. We love Marcus. So, are there any questions for the working group regarding why is it local national? Like, because it's provided by the national board for the local.
Because it's for the local sections, also requirements they have for the ESN Austria, like attending an A, stuff like this. But the sports guy was
Questions for
Frage covered. Zu den beiden. Sonst geht's um nichts.
There is a question.
Take a look at international person.
You can have a look at the document.
There you go. Any other questions?
we can upload the participants for next week and sign it for your. I don't know if all the exercises, but if not, you can reach out to the national board.
There is another question from me. So, could we have them from BFI, please?
Yeah, both from BFI. Just if you have some comments or feedback on this, to whom should we contact someone specific or any of the parties?
Yes, maybe I will post it in the local box and you can comment on this post. You can reach out to me or anyone. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any more questions? Otherwise, I will propose to close speakers list. Does anyone object? No. Okay, speakers list is closed. Thank you very much. I have not checked my messages here. Are you agreeing with me what I wrote to you for? About the you introduced what someone has no. Yes, that was something else. Okay, so next up we're gonna have the community time. But since we are about 20-ish minutes behind the schedule already, I would to shorten the community time by 15 minutes. So from instead of 60 minutes to 45 minutes. So we keep a little bit the timing as well as the coffee break and everything. Does anyone object to that change? To changing the community time from 60 minutes to 45? Doesn't look like it. We do. Is it regarding that timing change? Because
exactly the time. You said
no. Okay, but if no one objects, then we have 45 minutes for the community time, which would effectively mean that we start this now and come back to go to the coffee break at 5:30, and then you have until 45 to have your coffee break. So 16:45, and then we meet again here for the quorum. Everyone understands we're gonna change the meeting agenda, so we also can have a look. But now we're gonna have please stay with me for another moment, please. Thank you. Now we're gonna have community time. Community time means that the national board and coordinators will get together with their respective communities. So people who are either working in their section as in a similar position. So, for example, local vice presidents, local treasurers, respective national board members, or people who would be interested in taking a position or a position related to the people we have in the national board. If you are rather a newbie and don't know exactly where to go, I could either recommend HR Sophia or wherever you are interested in. The question is, Philip, are you comfortable with having everyone, or do you prefer having section presidents here?
Okay, with everyone, we will talk about stakeholder management, working together with strategic partners, and then topics.
Okay, so everyone gets what's happening now. You're going to go together with the national board member of your choice. Have 45 minutes chat with them, nag them so that you go to the coffee break on time at 5:30, and we meet here at 45 for quorum check. All clear? Alright, see you in a bit. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, that's it.
Have the event on the creative community, it will be Jess and Suzy. Then we will have the business and finance community in market, it will be in the first small room where we started. And Clara, yes, express room from here. Then the second room will be the residence community, which is open for everyone with Philip. And the third room will be Gabriel with the training community. And finally, we will have the HR community in the joint room.
For everyone there's only one community time. The material is over there where you see Natalia, so if you need any material, that's where you can get for the community time. Thank you.
Everything clear? You know who to look for? Awesome. Go find your people.
Medizinerschaft und Kind und die Mutter, die von einer Hungerkrise transportiert werden sollten nach Mexiko und 4 Besatzungsmitglieder.